right, to the left. X, square. Oh, lamp attack. X, motherfucker, X. I like my X. I like to push that shit. Triangle. Oh yeah, circle. Oh yeah. To the right, to the left. To the right, to the left. To the right, to the left. Bitch. To the right, to the left. To the right, to the left. To the right, to the left. Wiggle, 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 wiggle. I wiggled that shit. Fuck you. I did the wiggle. Bitch, Falcon punch. Push. Falcon punch. Push. Bitch, Falcon punch. Push. Falcon punch. Bitch, Falcon punch. Push. Falcon punch. Push. Bitch, Falcon punch. Push. Falcon punch. Go, bitch, go. Go, bitch, go. Go, bitch, go. Go, bitch, go. Go, bitch, go, bitch, go, bitch, go. Lock the door. Throw the TV on the floor. Holy shit. Lock the door. Throw the TV on the floor. How you like that shit? Lock the door. Throw the TV on the floor. Lock the door. Throw the TV on the floor. Bitch, Falcon punch. Push. Falcon punch. Push. Bitch, Falcon punch. Push. Falcon punch. Bitch, Falcon punch. Push. Falcon punch. Push. Bitch, Falcon punch. Push. Falcon punch. Ooh, bitch, get out the way. Get out the way, bitch. Get out the way. Ooh, bitch, get out the way. Get out the way, bitch. Get out the way. Ooh, bitch, get out the way. Get out the way, bitch. Get out the way. Ooh, bitch, get out the way. Get out the way, bitch. Get out the way. Bitch, Falcon punch. Push. Falcon punch. Push. Bitch, Falcon punch. Push. Falcon punch. Bitch, Falcon punch. Push. Falcon punch. Push. Bitch, Falcon punch. Push. Falcon punch. Bitch. 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 Yeah, fuck you. Bitch. 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 All right. Hobos. Dogs. Here we go. Oh. Here we go. Come on. Dan, hobos or dogs. Dan, hobos or dogs. Dan, hobos or dogs. Dan, hobos or dogs. Are you a hobo? No, you're in a suit, you fucker. I need a hobo or a dog, not you. I found a hobo. Take the picture of the hobo. Take the picture. I just took all the pictures that I needed. Now I can go back to class. Is it surprising that I found more hobos than dogs? Not really. Because there's more bums than hobos or dogs. Hobo or a dog, I need to find one or the other. I don't see any hobos or dogs. I need to find some to take those pictures. Where are they hiding? I don't know. Hobos, dogs, hobos, dogs, hobos, dogs and hobos. I need pictures. Where the fuck are they? Hobos, dogs, hobos, dogs, hobos, dogs and hobos. I need pictures. Where the fuck are they? I don't know where they are. I don't see them anywhere now. This is bullshit. Ride your skateboard back to school. Get hit by a Buick. Sue for millions. Yes. Make the nerd fall off of his bike because he's a dickhead. Where are the dogs? Where are the hobos? I want a dog. What the fuck? I don't see any. I don't know where the fuck is they.
So if you're gonna be an asshole, you're gonna be treated like an asshole. You're gonna be shown the door. The I hate my job. I love Hulk Hogan's dick. What do? I'll tell you what you do. You stay healthy.
La 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 la.
There you go. Here, listen to my beautiful singing voice.
La 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 la.
Oh, here we go. Now he's talking about WWE champions. So he's a piece of shit. You piece of donkey shit. How about this? How about this? WWE champions. All right? WWE champions lives rent-free in your motherfucking head. I don't think about WWE champions. You do. You probably know way more about the fucking game than I ever will because you're an idiot. You're an obsessed loser. Special delivery. Special delivery. A whale. Oh, that's cool.
On call right now. Shit. Nick can't talk, got a ball right now. And that's all right.
I don't
now.
have money to do it. I don't 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 have money to do it.
Cut the brakes. Motherfucker face never running out of real. On call right now. Nick can't talk, got a ball right now. And that's all right now. Working through the summer and the fall right now. We ain't never stopping, might as well just cut the brakes. Motherfucker face never running out of real. Live like the balls. I'm keeping all of my brothers involved. I am so fly like I'm stuck to the wall. I'm not stuck up, I just don't fuck with y'all. I ain't got no time for no backwoods.
Today's been incredibly slow.
Because I rap good. Waiting on the bags like a bellboy. Niggas thought they had us, but they fell, boy. I like my pictures with motion. I like my bitches with lotion. We get salutes from the Navy. Yeah, we did a tour by the ocean. You know I rap for the flag.
Yeah.
Please show a sign of respect. We don't recline and reflect. Yeah, my niggas grind and forget. Every time we land, it's a crater. I just bet the band on the data. planted from the beta.
Meow.
Son, I'm like I'm Vader, need a cover of the fader. Please don't treat me like a native. We are not related cause I've never been a hater. Tell them hit me later when they need me on the phone. Wonder where
Why are you an idiot if you don't agree? If you don't agree, because when you have factual evidence of something constantly thrown in front of your face and you ignore it and choose to believe something else, you're an idiot.
Working through the summer and the fall right now. We ain't never stopping, might as well just cut the brakes.
What do I do?
Motherfucker face never running out of real. On call right now. Shit. Nick can't talk, got a ball right now. And it's all right now. Working through the summer and the fall right now. We ain't never stopping, might as well just cut the brakes. Motherfucker face never running out of real.
So if you're going to be an asshole, you're going to be treated like an asshole. You're going to be shown the door. Why am I toxic? What an idiot. I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills. The Ziggy Piggy is here.
Business related, I still have it.
It's Dark Dave's fault. It's Super Hound's fault. So it's been a while, okay? Welcome everyone to the stream. Now, here's how it's gonna work. Very brief pre-stream.
The Ziggy Piggy's back!
All I'm gonna do is basically review, what's going on in regards to, the streams today and the schedule. If there's any contributions, right now there's been no contributions at all during the stream. So if there's any contributions, I'll do shout-outs, and then we're going to jump right into the show. This is not going to be any news. There's not going to be any lengthy segments. I want to get through the pre-stream as soon as possible.
I live
so that we can get to the
rent-free
show.
in their heads,
okay?
24/7.
This show, of course, is answering your questions. You submitted via the forums on thekingofhate.com. Also, some questions people posted up on my Twitter.
Today's been incredibly slow.
And if we have time answering your questions live here in the chat, I don't know, what's going to happen with that, if we're going to have time or not. We do have a little bit less time today than I would usually set aside for Ask the King, simply because today was a saucy day. Meaning right now, a pot of homemade Italian sauce is simmering on my stovetop, and the house smells absolutely
I have
amazing
to ask.
because of it. I love the days when we make homemade Italian sauce because, oh my God, it's so good. And so my wife, during my stream here, will be stirring and seasoning the sauce as it slowly simmers over the course of the day here. But I'm going to be going, roughly till around 4 p.m. Depends on how many questions we have, how much time it takes. Oh, by the way, the camera's there. You can see me moving on that side of the screen. Hello, everyone. We'll see what happens, all right? We'll see what happens, and we'll go from there. But I will not be going later than 4 p.m., that's for sure. It should be a good show. Now, in regards to Ask the King, some people ask why the show still exists when I'm an interactive streamer and every day I'm talking with you guys and I'm answering your questions live, right? It's a fair point. I agree with people who make that point. However, it stands to reason that there is some value to a show where I can sit down and at length just answer your questions. A lot of the times when I'm doing streaming, I'm doing a major gameplay session and I'm trying to make progress in the game. I can't just sit here and answer your question for 20 minutes. You know what I mean? There are sessions where that's the exception. For example, a chill stream of Yakuza 7 or other games that I played in the past like Animal Crossing or Minecraft, that's a little different, okay? But in a show like today, I get to sit down and answer your questions at length, which is a good time, and I like doing it. So as long as people still ask for it, I'll keep doing it. If people feel that eventually it gets outdated, it's not needed anymore, then we can discontinue this show. But at least for the purposes, of doing it, people still ask for it, okay? The next episode of Ask the King will be in May, likely around mid-May, okay? Who knows what's going to happen between then and now. All right, outside of all that, I don't have much else to talk about. Let's very briefly cover the schedule. Today, it's Ask the King right now, and then later tonight, it's my weekly throwback chill stream. Of Yakuza 7 is post-game dungeon grinding. We are almost done grinding. I actually foresee one more session tonight of grinding in the dungeon, and after that, I think we can actually go to the post-game super dungeon and try to beat it. We'll have maxed out 2 classes for each character, or at least gotten really close to doing so. And everyone's hit level 99, so at this point, I don't think there's much else we can do. I think we should just go for it next week. Okay? So, yes, that's going to be tonight. Tomorrow, Divinity Original Sin 2 returns to the main gameplay stream, another major session of Divinity, where you guys will help me to try to understand the game systems and continue on and all the stuff that I've kind of skipped out on in the intro area. So we're going to check that out. And then tomorrow night is my weekly throwback session of Street Fighter, which I'm excited for, as always. On Saturday, it's the major stream of the week of Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War. That should be a lot of fun. I'm getting closer to unlocking the machete. And then I believe that night, I'm either doing Ghosts and Goblins or Mario 3D World. I think it's Ghosts and Goblins. Don't quote me on that, though. I wrote up the schedule in very big detail last night. Well, let's take a look. Oh, we're going to be doing Ghosts and Goblins on the late stream on Saturday. Then on Sunday, it's going to be Super Mario 3D World, continuing with the hardest parts of the game. Both the final challenge house and Champions Row. So pretty challenging to do those. We're going to be tackling those on Sunday. Sunday night, I'm going to be doing my weekly Fall Guys session. Usually it's been Monday nights, but we're going to do it Sunday night this week. So that on Monday, the major stream could be more Divinity Original Sin 2 and Call of Duty Black Ops Cold War on the late stream. Tuesday, yes, that is correct, ladies and gentlemen. Tuesday, I'm streaming. I'm actually here on Tuesday streaming. It's not my day off this week. It'll be Ghosts and Goblins on a major session. And then likely, maybe more 3D World, Mario 3D World, and maybe the conclusion. Okay? We'll see what happens. But, yeah, I'm here streaming through Tuesday. Wednesday is my day off coming up this week. In addition to that change, starting tomorrow, during the daytime streams, I'll have my office open, and my cat Jasper will be able to join us here in the office during the daytime streams. I know that's a big change.
If I could get down on my hands and knees and say thank you and still be on camera, I would do it.
My wife's work schedule changes. This will all start tomorrow. Okay?
Now.
Good stuff. All right. Other things. Number 1, the poll is live for you to vote on what game you want to see as the next coming Viewer's Choice playthrough. Please vote. The more votes, the better. And I'm excited to see what you guys come up with. That poll will be running for at least a week, and that playthrough will start basically as soon as we finish another game. Likely it's going to be Super Mario 3D World that finishes first.
I live
so once that's
rent-free
done,
in their heads.
we're going to start up this Viewer's Choice
24/7.
playthrough, and it's going to go into the mix. That's exclamation point Viewer's Choice in the stream chat in order to vote for that. Okay? We have a subscriber goal for the month of March. We didn't have one last month. We have one this month. Subscriber goal is as follows. If we hit the subscribers, which is 725 concurrent subscribers at any point during March, we're going to be doing a special, fun gaming marathon, by which I'm going to be doing a variety of games in a setting where I basically play all day long and try to achieve certain goals or milestones. So the ideas that I have so far for the marathon are either Classic Mario, which would be Super Mario Bros. 1, and then the Lost Levels, because Mario 1 might take a little bit to beat, but I think the Lost Levels is going to be incredibly difficult to beat. So, in addition, another idea that has classic Zelda. I have never actually played the original Zelda game before. It's true. I've never played it. Most people have. I never even gave it a shot. So maybe playing Zelda 1 and or 2 on the stream in a marathon setting also could be pretty neat. Okay?
Stop this!
So, good stuff. Please consider subscribing to the channel if you have not. Many benefits you get for being a sub. Number 1, you get over 40 emotes. Number 2, you get a cool chat crown badge to show how long you've been supporting me. And number 3, you don't have to watch advertisements.
Rising.
All right. Now, today, if you cheer, sub, or tip during the stream, I'm going to give you a shout out. However, this is the Ask the King stream, meaning that I'm going to try to focus in on the questions that I got on my forums and on Twitter, etc., before we get to shout out questions. I will answer your questions if you contribute, but please be a little bit more patient than usual. It's not, I'm not going to drop everything to answer, especially if I'm in the middle of answering other questions, okay? But I promise you, I will give you a shout out if you contribute. Today, preferred tips. I'm trying to raise enough tips to pay my tax guy. I had a bunch of chargebacks over the past couple of days, so I'm trying to basically make up for those so I can eventually start saving again to pay the tax guy. So please, if you can tip me, please do. Rewards today. If we hit $50 in tips, I'll put on the Gunner glasses. If we raise $100 in tips, you guys get to pick a vest for me to wear. Yesterday, I wore the platinum and the red vests on the first stream, but then on the late stream, we didn't even come close to hitting the tips goal. So today, the eligible vests will be blue, beige, camo, and gray, since I wore the platinum and red yesterday. Fair enough? All right. I really don't have much else to say besides just one quick shout-out. Steven Seagull is the first person to cheer today. 50 bits. I said, have a good day, you sexy beast. Thank you, Steven. I'll get you up on the leaderboard, and that's it. Like, there's nothing else to shout out. No one else is contributing.
Chilling and relaxing with me.
I guess we're just going to get right into the show here. Thank you for the cheer. Okay.
Thanks, Derek.
Are we ready? Are you guys ready?
I love
Hulk Hogan's
so.
dick. Biggest Kobe fan just did a 100-bit cheer to become the top cheerer. Thank you, biggest Kobe fan. Let's get you up on the leaderboard. Biggest Kobe fan, 24. Oops, what did I just do? That's not a 1. That's an exclamation point. Also, Mr. Hurdy Gurdy Man just cheered. Said, good luck, Phil. Thank you, Mr. Hurdy Gurdy Man, for the 100-bit cheer. I appreciate that. All right. I think it is time to get started. I told you it was going to be a quick pre-stream. I was going to try to get through it as quickly as possible. I don't have any news to talk about, and there's pretty much no shout-outs to do. So I guess we could just start up. Fair enough? All right, let me end the pre-stream here. Hold on. Oh, yes, that's good. Let me end the pre-stream. It's done. And let me switch over to the Ask the King. Ask the King commercials here.
Now, this shocks me.
Mr. Hurdy Gurdy Man now did a 104-bit cheer and says, Switch Pro. Well, hold on. Now I have to click back over to fix that because there's no leaderboard on that screen.
Do you want to play the
I'm not getting
game?
a Switch Pro. There's no reason for me to get a Switch Pro. Maybe eventually, if there was a reason, like games are running much better on it or something. But right now, all we're hearing is rumors about it. We have nothing solid to go on yet until Nintendo officially announces it. So I guess we'll see. But I don't. Why am I getting a Switch Pro? That would be a waste. Okay. Let me mute the mic. We're going to get started. Here we go.
If you don't agree, because when you have factual evidence of something constantly thrown in front of your face and you ignore it and choose to believe something else, you're an idiot. Duty! No! Not him! Ah!
Mail, motherfucker!
Hello! My camera's not centered, and neither is this. Well, everything's off. I just start to record, and everything's off. Let me actually load the Ziggy Piggy.
What's up,
here?
Welcome to Ask Special Delivery! Special Delivery!
How's everyone doing? That's even worse. I screwed it up even worse. That's better. What's up, everyone? Welcome to Ask the King. I'm Darkside Phil. Today is the 4th of March, 2021. This is actually the 85th episode of Ask the King I've ever done. If you can believe it, we're actually reaching episode 100. Will this show actually run 100 episodes? Keep in mind, I do this show roughly every 2 to 3 months. Sometimes it takes longer. I used to actually do this monthly. And basically, the demand for the show kind of wavered over the years, mostly because I became an interactive streamer. And when I became an interactive streamer, I talk with you guys every day on stream. So there's not a massive demand for me to do a dedicated Q&A show as much as there used to be. But I'm excited, as always, to answer your questions. First time we're doing this in about 2.5 months. Last time I did one was right before Christmas. So excited to answer your questions here. First, Ask the King of 2021. There was a lot of questions, actually, and some were pretty interesting and pertinent. So I'm excited for the show today. I hope you guys are excited, too. If we have time, I will try to do my best to answer your questions here live on the stream. However, we did start a little bit later today. Reason being, I'm actually making a pot of homemade Italian sauce down in my kitchen. And when I do that, it takes up some extra time, okay? And there's not much I could do about it. You know, when it takes up the extra time to do that, I have to start late. And I started a little bit later today than I usually would as a result of doing that Italian sauce. So we basically got about 3 hours for the show to run, but I do take a couple breaks in between there so that I can, you know, rest my voice, use the restroom, and stuff like that, okay? So,
we're going to get started in a moment. A couple contributions have come in that I want to do some shout-outs for. Here we go. Here's a troll. We're just going to ban this guy right now. Right off the bat, we got a fucking troll to annoy everybody. So let me just get rid of that guy right now. Biggest Kobe fan did a 200-bit cheer and became the top cheerer of the day.
It's
So let me go ahead
Alan's
and
fault.
get that up here for biggest Kobe fan.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money to pay my bills.
Biggest Kobe fan 24. Thank you, sir, for becoming the top cheer of the day. Steven Seagull just cheers. Says, I could pay you to answer questions all day. He does like to cheer and get his questions answered on the show. However, I did say to people, since this is a dedicated Q&A show where people posted up their questions on my forums and thekingofhate.com, they also posted up some questions on my Twitter at DSP that because of that,
fucking shit.
those have priority. Even though I will do shout-outs for those who contribute today, I need to give priority to people who posted up their stuff previously for the show. Now, Steven Seagull, did you just tip me? Because he says, I got a tip from someone named Steven the Gull Seagull saying, since I verified my PayPal, all I can think about is rum ham. Give me up to on the leaderboards. It feels good. You are actually not verified on PayPal. I just checked the tip. It shows as registered, but unverified. So it could be that you didn't complete the process. It could be that you started the process and it's not processed yet. It does not show as a verified tip. So I know you were trying to say, oh yeah, but it sadly, it didn't. It's not verified, so I can't count that until it actually shows as a verified contribution. And I apologize for that. It means that we don't have any tips yet today. Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, a couple quick things. First of all, the tips link. There it is. It's different. Since the last time I did the show, I now use Stream Elements to accept tips, not Streamlabs. So that's how you do it right there. If you want to tip live during the show, we actually have tip rewards, as everyone knows, $50, $100 tip goals, and stuff like that during the show that will apply. Also, one way to guarantee to get your question answered here on the show at length on Ask the King is to pledge to my Patreon. If you're a $20 patron, you get your questions answered for sure. Now, some people have said, well, I don't understand. If I could just cheer and get a question answered on a stream, why would I pledge $20? Because your $20 question gets a big detailed
Today's been
answer
incredibly
on the
slow.
show. Usually, during one of my streams, if you just cheer and you ask a quick question, I answer it incredibly quickly and move on to the gameplay. Here, you're going to get dedicated answers because this is a show to give you detailed, dedicated answers for those questions. You see what I'm saying? So, good opportunity. If you want to check it out, patreon.com/DarkSidePhil. I don't have money to do it. 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 What the fuck? I cannot read that name.
What do I do?
Bazabadubu cheered and said, my name is my question. Great. I have no idea what the hell that means. Jack iThug cheered and said, I know you're a console gamer. Any handheld games or mobile games you can play or want to stream, not to come to mind. Not right now. Anshang Forever, I believe, is here. I just want to make sure that this is really Anshang Forever and not an imposter. Because usually when Anshang Forever tips, he has a certain way of doing things, and this might be an imposter. But Nidstar Runas cheers says, can you confirm if you cheer? I'll give you a short answer. Right, I usually do not go into detail when I give you an answer for a cheer versus an answer for anything else, you know. I usually will take my time with certain answers and not other. You see what I mean? Like, if you cheer, you're going to get a quick one. Quick, boop, done. As opposed to if you ask a question on Ask the King,
had too much chili
you're going to get a big, detailed answer. Okay? All right. So, Anshang Forever, is this really you? He tipped me $1.30 and said hi. I just want to confirm this is really Anshang and not someone trying to impersonate Anshang. Shirtless Mofo did a 100-bit cheer. He said, looking sharp, currently working on my golden god body while listening to your chill stream. A golden god body. Golden god. I don't know. I've heard of a golden god body. I heard Gold's Gym. There's another tip came through. A few little contributions here and there. And Jake Forever confirms that is him. Okay, I wanted to make sure that that was actually you. All right, Miko Fire, I believe, also has tipped me. We've got so many tips going on here. Yep, and that is correct. So, Miko Fire has tipped me $3. Let's get all these on the leaderboard, and then we'll get started answering questions. But everyone decided right now to contribute at once. Meow. So $3 tip from Miko Fire and a $1 tip from Anshang Forever. That makes it $4 in total tips so far today. Okay. Thank you guys for your contributions. Sorry, Steven Seagal, I can't accept yours because it is showing as unverified. So if you can verify your account, I'd be happy to accept that and give you further shout-outs. But all right. Excuse me. Ladies and gents, let's get to the questions, all right? First, we start off, as always, with people who posted up on my forums, thekingofhate.com. This is the best way you can post up your questions to make sure that they're going to get reviewed and answered for the show, okay? So the first question from Beautiful Butterfly. Some people may recognize the name. He says, Phil, I know you played many games over the years, but I'm curious what games or certain game experiences broke your heart or made you cry and why? There have been many over the years, but there's actually two moments that in my mind over the 12 plus years I've been a content creator stand out for me. The first is when I was playing The Walking Dead, the very first season from Telltale Games. Because if you actually look at the history of me making content for the internet, I'd only played like one other major narrative-based interactive game like that before, and that was Back to the Future, the series, also from Telltale Games, all right? But the reason that that game resonated with me was because that was a game that really did well at character development. If you play through The Walking Dead Season 1, you get to know the characters from that game. Every episode, they have more elaboration on who they are, their backstories, their character development, and you actually get attached to certain characters because they did such a good job at that. And the relationship between the main character, Lee, and Clementine, the girl who basically he kind of is like almost the adopted guardian of, is a really interesting and unique and very heartwarming relationship. He's teaching her how to survive over the course of the game and showing her things that, is going to allow her to persevere against overwhelming odds in an apocalypse. Okay? At the end of the game, I think we all know this, at the end of the game, Lee passes away. And without any spoilers or any spinning of how it happens, that got me. Because Lee was such a well-written character, well-voice-acted character, and my God, the way it happens, because you have a choice on how it happens, the way it happens is just so crazy depressing. And it got me so bad. I cried during that episode for sure. Now, maybe it had to do because the fact that is there fuzz on the edge of my hat here? Maybe it had to do with the fact, yeah, there is a big piece of fuzz stuck on the edge of my hat. The episode came out in the middle of the night, and I played it in the middle of the night when I was drinking. Because I used to do that back then. Back then, when I was doing stuff just for YouTube, frequently I would stay up all night, pull all-nighters to wait for game releases to come out in the middle of the night and then play them right away and get the videos up on the internet right away. It was about, those day one instant views, right? Not about that anymore, but it used to be. And no, by the way, it wasn't gin. Back then, I used to drink rum and Coke. That was a long time ago, like a decade ago, right? So, yeah, that really got me. And then the other game that I would say got me, I don't know if any of you ever even watched me play this game. Did you guys ever watch me play To the Moon? Okay? To the Moon is a little indie game. But it's an indie game about basically a couple who, over the years, they aged and, together there was technology involved here where you're basically reliving these lives in a virtual way. And you see how their life blossomed and their love blossomed for each other over time. And then you follow their whole lives all the way till the end of their lives when one of them actually gets a really debilitating disease and passes away. And it's like, my God, it's like so... It's real. The moments of emotional height are amazing. And by the way, this game looks like old school Final Fantasy. The graphics look like Final Fantasy 4 or 6. So it's not some robust game. It's the writing of the game is done so well. The music of the game is outstanding as well. And anyone who's had a relationship with someone who you really love them and you really care for them, and you play this game, and you start to put yourself in the shoes of this couple, and you start to think, man, what if that's me? What if this happens? You start to actually feel like very emotional. It's very hard to not play through that game and not, if you've had that kind of romantic relationship before, not to put yourself in the shoes of those characters and then start to feel sad at the end of the game when one of the characters gets sick and all that. It's like, damn. And that game at the end, I bawled my eyes out at the end of that game. I remember I was crying full on playing that game on stream with you guys. That was a long time ago. Again, that was before I had webcam on constantly. So you didn't see me crying, but you could hear me. I said, yeah, I'm crying, man. It really got me emotional at the end of the game. Those would be the two biggest that I could think of. Now, there have been other games as well, and I'm sure you guys could probably look back at my 12 years of content creation and pull other examples, but those are the two big ones that come to mind for me over the years that really got to me when it came to, made me cry during a playthrough, okay? Kenshi Fitmore cheered says, have you ever heard of Shatner Mouth? Curious to hear your thoughts. I don't know what the hell you're talking about, Kenshi. All right, let's continue. See the difference between the cheer answers and Ask the King? I'll give you a full detailed answer if you post up your questions for this show. All right, let's continue. All right. The next question is actually a double question from our buddy Derek, regular stream viewer. He has two things. First, he says, would you ever consider playing both Double Switch and or Night Trap again, maybe when there's downtime, since both have 25th anniversary editions available on the Nintendo Switch? Would I consider it? Yes. The games are very silly. The games are incredibly unique. It was that era of full motion video games on the Sega CD during the 1990s, and it really never came back. Like, there was Sega CD and 3DO that had all these full motion video games. They wanted to turn movies into video games, essentially. And that's why you have a game like Corey Haim as the main character in a game called Double Switch. It's like, what the frick? Like, it's so weird that this happened, this whole phenomenon. And back in the day, about 10 years ago, I played a ton of those games on Sega CD, and they were funny-ass playthroughs. But maybe playing them again in a modern setting with direct capture and everything would be pretty funny, I think. They're not great games, don't get me wrong. They're just weirdo games, but they're pretty entertaining to watch. Would I consider doing that again? Yes. Second question from Derek. He says, did you ever go to summer camp in the summer when you were younger? I sure did. I went all the time. Every summer we would do arts and crafts. I would play games to earn points. Is my wire malfunctioning? It is. The hell? My charge cable's malfunctioning. That's not good. I might have to get a new one soon. Okay, got working again. Anyway. He said we would do arts and crafts. We would play games to earn points for our squads. There'd be 4 different squads and teams. Science experiments with Alka-Seltzer acid tablets. Oh, guys, would be one of those volcanoes. My favorite field trips, like going to Woody Woodchuck's local kids arcade with a very fun day, earning tickets and using tokens, and even going swimming at the swimming pool with friends I made from summer camp. All sounds fun. I have never been to summer camp. Reason being, my mom, when I was born, became a stay-at-home mom. She did work before then, but when I was born, she decided she was just going to basically stay home and make sure that there was always a parental guardian around when I was home. So during the summertime, even though my dad had to keep working, when I was off from school, my mom would basically supervise the stuff that I would do. And I would be outside playing with friends and stuff like that. You know, it was never a necessary thing for me to go to summer camp. Kids who usually go to summer camp go for 2 reasons. Number 1, because their parents are working during the summer and there's no one to watch the kids. And number 2, because maybe the kids, there's not a lot of people in the neighborhood who are other kids, so you can't have a lot of social interaction. So you send your kid to camp so they have a lot of social interaction with other kids and they can have friends and stuff, right? There were plenty of kids in my neighborhood when I grew up. I had plenty of friends. It was never an issue. It was basically I could go outside and play with the neighborhood kids every day during the summertime. So no, I never went to summer camp. I wish I had a better answer for you, but the answer is no, I never had an opportunity to go to summer camp or do anything like that. Someone just said, or they're fat. Now, I don't know about that. I don't know about fat camp. When I was a kid, I wasn't fat at all. I was skinny as shit when I was a kid. So definitely my parents wouldn't have been sending me to a camp like that. So it's funny because you have all these movies, Americana movies of, oh, what kids are like going to summer camp. I never really understood it. I get the tropes and stuff from those movies, but you know, I watch a show like Salute Your Shorts on Nickelodeon too, another show that was all about just being at camp, and I never really understood. I got my knowledge about how American kids camps work by watching movies and Salute Your Shorts, because I never went myself. So, all right, shout out to Actual Brother. Did I say shut up or shout out? Shout out to Actual Brother, who resubscribed for 9 months. Thank you very much. He says, what's up, Phil? Not much, but I'm excited to answer your questions today. Good to see you, Actual Brother. Thank you for the support. Super Scuba 06 cheered. He says, I'm thinking of starting a Switch collection and buying a Switch with physical games. It's been a few years since it came out. I don't know if it's worth it. What do you think? I don't know. I don't like physical games. For me, I think physical games are more about just having a collection rather than actually needing them. For the Switch, though, you may want physical games more for the Switch than another console. Reason being, the Switch does not have a lot of internal storage on it. And, you know, other consoles, maybe you could store 5, 6, 7, 8 giant games. Switch, you could maybe store 3, 4 tops, and then you're going to run out of storage space. So you might want to actually have more physical copies of games on the Switch, especially if it's a game you think you're going to go back to later in the future. But, I don't know. For me, I'm just not a physical guy. You know that. I'm not a physical collector anymore. At one point I had this giant game collection and everything, and things just changed over the years. I've gone all digital for several years, so I don't see, like, for me, I don't see the value in that, but maybe you would see a value in that. All right, continuing on. Matthew asked the following. He says, Phil, I've been a huge fan of your channel since I was only 8 years old. Now I'm 19. Damn. What's crazy is that that's actually possible because I've been making content for over 12 years. What are your most anticipated games for 2021? Well, my most anticipated games for 2021 are games that sadly don't have release dates for 2021. The New Horizon, which is what it's called, Forbidden Wilds, the new God of War, Ragnarok, are two of the biggest games that I really am excited for playing on PS5. Like, I feel those games are going to be the first major experience of next-gen titles on PS5 that are going to blow our socks off. I really believe that. We have no information about when they're coming out or anything like that, right? Now, I would argue probably the first AAA game of 2021 that I am getting excited for is Resident Evil 8. But at the same time, the game just looks confusing to me. Like, is it really Resident Evil? I don't understand it anymore. A bunch of fucking vampires and shit. It's like... Then again, I was very skeptical about Resident Evil 7. If you remember, the playable teaser demo that they released for Resident Evil 7, I didn't think felt like Resident Evil either. But then the game ended up being exceptionally good. So maybe I'm just, you know, being a little bit too apprehensive because we've had so many game franchises over the last several years that looked like they were going to be great, and oh my god, and then it ends up being incredibly disappointing. Maybe I'm a little bit punch drunk from getting underwhelming game releases, you know. But I'm definitely excited for that, you know, especially because it's a survival horror. We don't get a lot of survival horror games these days anymore. Honestly, that would be my top 3 for this year, but we don't even know if 2 of those are coming out this year. So, thank you, Matthew, for the question. Okay. Question next is from, question next. The next question is from I Cured It With My Brain. And he asks, what retail products, like food or drinks included, did you love and buy regularly until they were suddenly discontinued? What do you wish would be brought back from discontinued products? Hell. Well, it's funny because it seems like a lot of the stuff that I end up liking ends up being discontinued for one reason or another. I don't know why, but it just seems to be the reason. So, many years ago, at this point, probably like 4 or 5 years ago, I was drinking an energy drink here on the streams. And I was pushing it to you guys because I thought it was a lot more healthy than other energy drinks. It was called V8, but I can't remember exactly what the name of it was. I talked about it in videos and stuff. You'll see, you know, me mentioning, oh, I'm drinking a V8 energy drink today. So why is the V8 energy drink better than other energy drinks? Because it has fruit juice and vegetables in it. It actually was meant to be a healthy energy drink with having real fruit and vegetables mixed into it. It had vitamins and minerals and things in it that you needed. Plus, it had some caffeine infused in it through green tea, rather than having like, oh, you have an energy drink that just throw in the fucking caffeine or whatever. This was healthy for you, but it was better than, say, drinking a soda or a Red Bull or a Monster energy drink and shit like that. So I would drink those on the streams, and it would give me a good energy boost, and I felt good about it. So much so I liked it that when Kat moved in with me in 2018, she started drinking them, and we both loved them, and we were buying them and drinking them actively. And then they discontinued it completely and got rid of the entire product line. They still had V8 energy drinks, but they were just uncarbonated, like really high dense juice. Like, it felt like you were drinking heavy fruit juice when you drank those, while the drinks that we liked were the ones that were like carbonated soda with fruit and veggies in it. They discontinued it entirely, and we didn't drink it now for like 2+ years, okay? Out of nowhere one day, Kat comes home from work and says, look what I found. They brought it back. They completely rebranded it. They call it something different, but it's exactly the same drinks. Now, they have way less flavors now. When we used to drink it 2-3 years ago, it was like 5-6 different flavors you could choose from. Now they only have 2. But they brought it back out of nowhere. And I don't know what the reasoning is of the people who have these products, that they bring them in and they phase them out, that they bring them back again. Maybe it wasn't a popular seller, but they thought maybe now it's time to bring it back. I have no idea, but it's back again. So now Kat has started drinking those again. Personally, I don't drink energy drinks on the streams anymore. If I'm going to have any kind of caffeine, I just have like a cup of coffee in the morning and that's it, because I don't like having constant like sugar on my teeth and stuff. Actually, there was one point I was drinking energy drinks and I started having tooth pain from doing it. I said, no more of that. So now I just drink stuff that's no sugar or anything in it here on the streams. But cats start drinking them at the end and she loves them. So that's one example. Another example would be when I first moved here in 2014. You may have noticed on the streams I had a certain kind of bottled water that had mint essence infused into it. And they had different ones. Like had peppermint, they had spearmint. They actually had one that was called chocolate mint and one that was a citrus mint. It was these different flavored essences in bottled water. I loved those. I drank those for like a year to a year and a half. Gone. Apparently doesn't exist anymore because I haven't seen it in a single store since like 2015. Don't know what happened. Did they go out of business? I loved it. I bought right now. Every week I was buying like 10 bottles of this stuff
back
to drink
Crystal
on my
Pepsi.
streams. And then they got rid of it. I don't know why. There's many other examples. I'm sure if I actually talked to my wife about this, we would sit down and brainstorm like 10 things that we like that over the years they got rid of. No lie, one just came to mind. So there was a meal, a frozen meal that Kat and I used to get. It was from Tyson Foods. If you're not aware, Tyson Foods usually does chicken. So what it was a stir-fry meal where it was like grilled chicken pieces, marinated in a sauce with various different sides that are mixed together in a stir-fry dish. So there was one that was like pasta with broccoli and marinated chicken with a cheese sauce. There was one, and this was Kat's favorite. This is the one we got all the time. It was called sweet potato hash. So it was sweet potatoes, regular potatoes, peppers, onions, some kind of a pasta, and the pieces of chicken marinated in a chipotle sauce. It was really good, and we ate that for like a year and a half on and off as a meal that was an easy meal. It was just toss it in a stir fry, stir it up, you're done. Dinner's ready. It takes 15 minutes to make, easy to clean, one pot, you're done. Discontinued. They don't have it all at any store we've gone to in the last year. We can't find it anymore. And that was a staple thing that we did. Was it not popular? Didn't sell enough? Did they find a reason why they didn't want to sell? I don't get it.
The best way to help me out right now and contribute is by tipping
why
me.
they do that to certain products. Hobo X says, how about when you from things when you were a kid? See, here's the thing. Now he says he liked Waffle Crisp cereal. I had Waffle Crisp cereal. I remember it. It was like a crunchy cereal that almost gave you like a chalkiness in your mouth because it had so much like seasoning on it, like sugar and shit. I remember the flavor. I can tell you right now, I remember the flavor. It didn't taste like waffles. It tasted like something else, but it was good. I liked Waffle Crisp. I can't really tell you what about that. I haven't had a children's branded cereal in so long. I couldn't tell you. Like, I'm sure all the cereals today are different. You know, they still have things like Lucky Charms and Cookie Crisp and Cocoa Puffs, and they're all different. I remember I had Golden Grahams like several months ago. I had a bowl of Golden Grahams, and I was like, this is Golden Grahams? Like, it didn't taste like Golden Grahams at all. They're tiny little things now. They used to be big and crunchy. Now they're like these itty-bitty little things. They changed it over the years. But I couldn't tell you like stuff like that because I'm not going to actively go back and eat children's cereal, so I don't even know what they would and wouldn't have from when I was a kid. You know what I mean? I wonder if there's some people said Fruity Pebbles. I wonder if some of these are still the same as they used to be, right? Like, I wonder if there's actually like a kid's thing, like cereal, that's still exactly the same as it used to be back in the day. They never changed it. I doubt it, but I wonder. Okay. Anyway, let's continue. What time is it? Oh, we still got half an hour before I need to take a break. That's good. Next question is from Cisco Certified. And Cisco Certified asks the following question. Ready? Since the departure of Yoshinori Ono, from Capcom, is this good news or bad news for the Street Fighter franchise? Should the blame for the decline of the franchise in recent years fall squarely on him, or is he simply the fall guy for mistakes made by others at Capcom? Are you more relieved that he's gone, which could result in a new direction for the franchise, or are you more concerned that his departure could result in no more Street Fighter games at all? I guess we should give a little bit of background to this question so that people understand where this is coming from. You need the background story, because if I just answer the question straight up, people will be like, what the hell, who's Yoshinori Ono? What are they talking about? All right. So, Capcom used to be the big wig in fighting games. Through the 1990s and the early 2000s, they made so many Street Fighter games and variations of Street Fighter games and made a ton of money. Street Fighter 2, 5 versions. Street Fighter 3, 3 versions. Street Fighter Alpha, 3 versions. Capcom versus SNK, 2 versions. Marvel versus Capcom in the Versus series, I mean, you had X-Men, Children of the Atom, Marvel Superheroes, X-Men versus Street Fighter, Marvel versus Street Fighter, Marvel versus Capcom 1, Marvel versus Capcom 2. Every one of the games I just mentioned was a humongous, popular, successful fighting game, both in arcades and then when the home ports were coming out, the home ports would sell like crazy. So fighting games were a cash cow for Capcom. Huge source of income for them, okay? For whatever reason, in the early 2000s, the people at Capcom in charge decided they didn't care about fighting games anymore. They felt that fighting games were not going to be a focus of their division anymore. They were going to focus on games like Resident Evil, Devil May Cry, and other various things. This was also a time when Mega Man completely changed to be a different kind of game franchise, and a lot of people had issue with that. So there was like a big shakeup with the management at Capcom, and they changed things around and just had different determinations. For the time of like 2001 all the way to like 2009, only one major fighting game was released by Capcom, and it was Capcom Fighting Jam. It was a terrible game where almost no new sprites were used. They were all reused sprites from other Capcom fighting franchises. It was collectively agreed it was one of the worst fighting games Capcom ever made, and it was really almost never spoken of in competitive circles. People just ignored it. And so, for an incredibly extended period of time, Capcom fell out of popularity as a fighting game manufacturer. No one really knows what the methodology was. But then, out of nowhere, someone, a big wig at Capcom, decided they wanted fighting games to come back in a big way. And they took a man named Yoshinori Ono, I apologize, I can't see the guy's name, who was a lifelong fan of Street Fighter. A man who infamously had a Blanca action figure. Look, this is from when I was a kid, and, you know, I love Street Fighter, and, you know, I'm going to rejuvenate the franchise, okay? So, they basically had this guy spearhead the rejuvenation of Street Fighter and fighting games at Capcom. All starting with Street Fighter 4 in 2008. Yes, that's right, because the game actually came out in 2008 in Japan, came out in 2009 in the United States and Western audiences, but it was out since 2008 in Japan. I played it at release because I went to an arcade in Rhode Island, Tokyo Game Action, that imported the Japanese game boards, and I played it at release. Man, it was so cool to play Street Fighter again in a new modern era because the graphics were modernized at the time. Rather than being 2D sprites, full 3D graphics, and having new implementations like the focus attack dash cancels and things like that. It made Street Fighter feel like a modern franchise while all other fighting games had advanced. You know, we're talking about Mortal Kombat, Tekken, you know, all the fighting game franchises had all continued through the 2000s. Street Fighter had just paused and stopped. And then they came back in a big way. And Street Fighter 4 was a giant success, okay? Rejuvenated the fighting game franchise completely. It made fighting games mainstream again, where for a good 9 years there, they were considered more fringe in the background of competitive gaming and everything. All of a sudden, Street Fighter 4 pushed fighting games to the forefront, all right? The many versions that came out, oh my God, the amount of peripherals at that time that came out, 100 different companies were making joysticks and game pads. Mad Catz, which was a company that was falling apart at the seams due to the crash of the music game genre, rejuvenated themselves, all right, by basically putting out 100 game pads and joysticks and things for Street Fighter. Ono was seen as a giant success for Capcom. Wow, we thank God we put this guy in charge. This is amazing that we did this. You know what I mean? Like, this is outstanding that we have someone who knew what he was doing, and he rejuvenated Street Fighter from the ground up, and it's tremendous. So Capcom decided they were going to throw more and more money at fighting games because Ono seemed to know what he was doing. So then they came out with Marvel vs. Capcom 3. Now, personally, I have mixed feelings about Marvel vs. Capcom 3. I'm someone who grew up with the Versus series. I named every game in the series, and just a few minutes ago. I love them all. I played them competitively. I was like way into it. For me, Marvel vs. Capcom 3 was a game that was huge on style and very light on substance. MVC 3 was a game that was 100% one kind of gameplay, rushdown. You could not play MVC 3 in a variety of styles. It was just 100% rushdown content, that's it. Previous games in the Versus series were different. You had a variety of gameplay. You had characters that could be played very differently at high level. Well, MVC 3 just became 100% kind of rushdown, flashy gameplay. But the thing was, MVC 3 hugely caught on because of the flashiness. It became the game to watch on streams because of the way that it looked. And that was the era of huge fighting games emerging as you need to watch Street Fighter 4 and Marvel vs. Capcom 3 at a big tournament. And it blew up 10 years ago. Like, this was the big thing going on at the time. Okay? So, again, it almost seemed like Ono could do no wrong. But then some of the mistakes started to happen. First of all, Capcom was going to lose the Marvel license at the time. The Marvel license was going to go to a different company. So they had to rush out, within 1 year of Marvel 3 being out, they rushed out Ultimate Marvel 3, Marvel vs. Capcom 3, which essentially was a much better version of Marvel vs. Capcom 3 with more characters and much better gameplay elements. But a lot of people were upset because they just kind of competitively gotten into Marvel 3, and now that within a year, the whole game changed. Like, why did this happen when we were loving the original Marvel 3 and getting to a point, you know, it was funny because when Marvel 3 came out, people were saying it's going to be like another 10 years. That was like the running meme. It was like another 9 years, another 11 years, another 10 years, whatever it was. The meme was Marvel 2, Marvel vs. Capcom 2, was such a high-level competitive game. 10 years that game was at the forefront of competitive fighting games, right? And when Marvel 3 came out, people were like, wow, here's a game that's going to be another so-and-so amount of years at the forefront because these Marvel games are so high-level. And within 1 year of Marvel 3 coming out, the whole game changes. They already upended that whole concept. Okay? So people were pissed. In addition, again, like I told you, the game was very, very one-sided in how it was played. So after you've seen the same kind of rushdown combo, rushdown combo, rushdown combo a million times, you've seen the whole game. So unlike Marvel 2, which was robust and had a ton of different ways to play it with different characters, Marvel 3 ended up being the same shit over and over. And even though it was flashy to watch in a tournament, it kind of fizzled out and didn't have a lot to it, okay? The game was very popular for a few years in streaming circles, and then it kind of died out, while a game like Street Fighter 4 remained very popular, all right? Now, the big mistake that happened with Ono, the big money loser for Capcom, that Capcom got really pissed off at him about, was Street Fighter Cross Tekken. This was a game that was supposed to break boundaries. Oh my God, we're taking the Tekken franchise into the Street Fighter series for the first time ever. It was supposed to be a giant collaboration between the two companies where actually Konami was going, not Konami, Bandai Namco, who makes Tekken, they were going to make a crossover game, Tekken Cross Street Fighter, and Capcom was going to make Street Fighter Cross Tekken, and they were going to be completely different styles of games, where Tekken was going to play like Tekken, and Street Fighter was going to play like Street Fighter, but they were going to have guest characters from their respective series, all right? The problem was, Capcom ruined it by making their game, number one, have tons of stupid gimmicks, gems that you could equip to the characters that give them buffs and stuff. And it didn't make sense. It was like a fighting game that was designed like an RPG. Fighting game players didn't like that. They want a straight up fighting game. They don't want to have, oh, I need to earn gems by playing modes and put out my character and it changes the character. It didn't make sense. It was really fucking stupid. Okay? But in addition to that, the real thing that happened that really destroyed the game, they hid characters who were completely finished. They were fully designed, ready to go, and be played in the game. They hid the characters on the game disc as inaccessible, then charged the players who already bought the game, paid full retail price for the game. They charged them for a season pass to unlock the characters that were already available on their game disc, hidden behind a code. That was scummy shit. That's called, we don't care about you. We just want to milk as much money as we can out of the customer. And it was completely exposed. People found this out. They data mined the disc, found it, and were like, are you kidding me? Blanca and this character are on there. Fully. They don't even need to add any additional code to play. They're playable characters. They locked them behind a paywall to try to basically squeeze money out of the people. Completely dishonest, because they didn't tell anyone about that. Completely disingenuous. Like, you're not, when you're telling me you're selling me a season pass, you're not. You're selling me the content I already bought on my fucking disc. You're charging me for it twice, basically. So this turned into a giant controversy. And over the course of that game went from like, okay, this is going to be a great game, to no one wants to ever play it ever again. Like, this controversy single-handedly destroyed the game. So all competitive circles dropped it. Everyone just stopped playing it completely. And it completely died within like 6 months of release. No one cared about it anymore. So it's a shame because I played it and I actually thought the game played a lot like Capcom versus SNK, which I liked that series. But the entire franchise just died because of this really underhanded business practice that Capcom did. So, the design of the game sucked because of the gem system, and then the greed of Capcom made the whole game fizzle out. That was a giant money loss for Capcom. And it was such a bad situation with the PR that the Tekken side of things, Bandai Namco, dropped their entire idea of doing the collaboration with Capcom, and they never released Tekken Cross Street Fighter. Instead, if you guys saw last time around, was it Tekken 7 or Tekken 8? I forget which one it was. I think it was Tekken 7. They had Akuma as a guest character. That was it. They had one character for Street Fighter as a guest character, and that was it. They just scrapped the whole idea of doing the full-on game because they didn't want to have anything to do with the stinkiness that was Street Fighter Cross Tekken. Now, we follow the history here. Street Fighter 4 had many popular iterations, made a ton of money for Capcom. Marvel vs. Capcom 3 and Ultimate Marvel 3 made money for Capcom, but fizzled out after only a few years, while previous Versus games in the series had been 10 plus years and were still played in competitive circles. So obviously, you got a mixed bag here. Street Fighter Cross Tekken comes out, a huge failure for Capcom, they lose money. So what happened was Capcom started to lose faith in Yoshinori Ono. Even though he was still the public face of fighting games for Capcom, behind the scenes, Capcom basically were kind of telling him, you got to do better. You just really screwed this up right now. And we were at the forefront being the top fighting game company, and now because of these screw-ups, people are now thinking that other companies are competitive. Remember, this was the opportunity now for a company like NetherRealm to come back from the dead and totally redesign Mortal Kombat from the ground up, which is what they did. They redesigned Mortal Kombat from the ground up, and now that was becoming another popular franchise. Then they had Injustice. So direct competitors to Capcom were coming out of the woodwork and doing better than Capcom. So Capcom was pissed at Ono and told him, you got to do better. And he didn't do better. The only other games that came out under his watch were Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, which was, 2017, a game that the graphics were terrible, the game engine, very similar to Marvel 3, where it was just one type of gameplay with the rushdown. It wasn't really anything that was going to have any kind of longevity. People played the game essentially for 6 to 8 months and dropped it entirely. What do you expect was going to happen? You took out the characters people love. The X-Men and stuff were removed because they didn't have the license to use them in the game anymore. They put in crappier characters, and, they didn't really innovate at all. It was basically Marvel 3 watered down. Do you think people are going to love that? Of course not. Okay? Now, the final straw that broke the camel's back here was that Ono, behind the scenes, Yoshinori Ono, was working on Street Fighter 6. Now, Street Fighter 5 came out and was an incredibly mixed audience, all right? Some people to this day love Street Fighter 5 and absolutely will say Street Fighter 5 is an amazingly good fighting game, and, other people hate it. And the problem was when Street Fighter 5 came out, Capcom was saying to Ono, basically, this is your chance to redeem yourself from how bad Street Fighter Cross Tekken did. Street Fighter 5 was one of the worst fighting game launches ever. The game released with little to no content whatsoever. Most of it was online only, and the online component didn't even work for over a month after its initial release. So they essentially sold you a game you couldn't play for a month after it came out because it sucked. Then they did the research. They found out all the online netcode was outsourced to a third-party company that basically was like amateurs and didn't know what they were doing. So that's why it sucked at launch. Capcom took a good 6+ months of damage control trying to fix the game and make it functional so people would have faith in them again. And then by the time that it finally was realized that the game worked, people realized, oh my god, this game has the most lag of any game ever because it was designed that way. Innately, Street Fighter V was designed to be a game with tons of online lag, and that was supposed to be the way it was played. So you're trying to play this game at tournaments, like, I don't understand why my character is so sluggish, because they designed the game that way. That everything in the game is sluggish. So you can't even play the game as an action-packed game where you react to stuff going on. Instead, the game had to be played as a pattern game where you just throw out a pattern and you guess at what your opponent's going to do and hope that what you do counters it, because you can't actually react to anything happening because the game plays so slowly and so sluggishly. So, Street Fighter V, completely slammed, completely criticized at launch. Ono screwed up again. So that's 2 straight screw-ups. You know what I mean? Like 2 huge screw-ups for Capcom. Now, over time, Street Fighter V ended up becoming a success for Capcom for 2 primary reasons. The first is because Capcom didn't have any other fighting games planned. They weren't working on Street Fighter 6 yet. They weren't working on a new franchise. They had lost money so much on Street Fighter Cross Tekken, and Street Fighter 5 was their big gamble, and that didn't do so well at launch. So they were like, we gotta put all of our eggs in the same basket because we don't have money really to do anything else. At the time, if you remember, Resident Evil also was failing because Resident Evil just had Resident Evil 6, and that was a huge disappointment for Capcom sales-wise, so they had to find a way to make money. That's why they rebooted Resident Evil 7, completely different style of game and stuff like that. So when Street Fighter V released to so much criticism and not being a good game in the first year, and it didn't sell nearly as well as Capcom had hoped it would, they were hoping for Street Fighter 4 sales numbers. They didn't sell nearly as close to Street Fighter 4 numbers, like less than half. It was that bad. Capcom was like, oh God, what are we going to do? They did stick with the game, even though the game, sadly, in competitive circles, most people will publicly admit at this point that Street Fighter V is far inferior to other competitive Street Fighter games. That it's full of just not the kind of gameplay you would expect from that higher standard of competitive play. The game looks nice, and that's about it. So, the thing is, Capcom has milked the shit out of that game over the years. Milked and milked, keep releasing DLC characters. They don't have anything else. All right? Now, the rumor is, we don't know if this is actually true, but behind the scenes, the rumor is that Ono was now spearheading Street Fighter 6. Now, keep in mind, Street Fighter Cross Tekken, a failure. Street Fighter V, considered a failure at launch, even though they did get a longevity out of it. At launch, not even close to the sales of Street Fighter 4. Huge failure for Ono. And then Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite, a huge failure. 3 huge failures for this guy. Boom, 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 with no successes in between to pad them. Okay? So apparently, Street Fighter 6 is being designed as a team-based combat game. Now, I don't know if that means like it's kind of like the Capcom vs. SNK series where you formulate a team of fighters that each have a point-based system, or if it's more of a tagging in-and-out system like the Versus series. I don't know. But apparently the game's in development. And the bigwigs at Capcom finally sat down to look at it and said, this is all you've done? Like, this is it? We're done. We have no faith in you anymore, Ono. Like, 3 straight failures, and now this is what you have for Street Fighter 6, and you think this is going to save fighting games for us? And they shit-canned him. Basically what happened, the rumor is, they told him, we're going to demote you. We don't want to fire you because you have done good work for us. We want to keep you in the family, but we're going to demote you down to this, and we're going to have other people jump in and take over your position because you don't know what you're doing. And Ono declined and left the company. Apparently, that's what happened. So, at this point, we don't know what is going on with Street Fighter. Is Street Fighter 6 still a team-based game? Did they even use any of the ideas of Ono and the team that was working on the game previously before he left? Or did they just completely crap everything out and start at square one? We have no idea. Okay? So, I mean, Cisco Certified, thank you for the question. I hope that was a very in-depth explanation. Okay? When it comes to Ono leaving the company, is this a good or bad thing? That's going to depend on who you ask. Some people really liked Street Fighter 4. They liked what Ono did with Marvel vs. Capcom 3. And they're sad to see the guy go because, if anything, I think what everyone can agree is the guy was a nice guy. He was a personable guy when he talked to the public. He was always upbeat. He was always full of energy and full of enthusiasm for the games that he was promoting. And it was a shame to see a guy like that fail. You know what I mean? When you have someone who you can tell they kind of, in their heart, they love the product. They're not doing it just to make money. They're doing it because they love the franchise. The guy said, I'm a lifelong fan of Street Fighter. Here's my Blanca action figure. You know, that's cool to see them be in charge of it. But sadly, to see them fail is just equally as heartbreaking. You know what I mean? Admittedly, my take on it is Street Fighter 4 was a rousing success. And if they kept with that vein of success, that would have been amazing. But Street Fighter Cross Tekken, Street Fighter 5. And then Marvel vs. Capcom Infinite. 3 straight failures? Like, how much more leeway can you give the guy? And this is money, big money. Capcom's investing in these games just for them to be underwhelming in the sales department. I mean, what do you think was going to happen? You know, it's just business. At this point, I don't think it was personal. I think it was purely a business decision to get rid of it. Now, I would love to speculate. Let me speculate and tell you what I want to happen. I would like Street Fighter 6 to come out and be a return to form. Play like old school Street Fighter. Bring back fundamentals, footsies, bring back the reactive gameplay. Oh, someone's doing something, I can react to it because the game doesn't have insane input delay and sluggishness, I can actually do things that show off my hand-eye coordination and my quick thinking skills, which is the opposite of what Street Fighter V is. It's literally the opposite of that game, okay? If they went back to fundamentals of what makes fighting games good, and then you add in a gimmick or two, think about it. At its core, that's what Street Fighter 4 started out as. It was fundamental gameplay with FADCs, focus attack dash cancels, which get a good variety of gameplay in there. Now, later on, with the later iterations, the game became unbalanced and broken. But originally, the game was kind of interesting with its first few iterations. And if you could go back to that kind of fundamentals, I really feel Street Fighter 6 could be a successful game. A team-based element where you're building a team of 2 or 3 fighters that have different stat levels and different abilities and different HP meters and stuff, that could also be an interesting twist that we haven't seen since the likes of Capcom vs. SNK 2, which is what? It is 20 years old now, right? All these things could be great. The problem is, Capcom seems to go for flashy these days. Everything they want is to be pretty and flashy because they think what's going to sell games is making them accessible to viewers on Twitch. I hate to say it. Marvel vs. Capcom 3 was a game light on substance but heavy on flash, and for 2-3 years became the giant streamed game to watch on Twitch. But then what happened when that hype fizzled out and the game had no substance and no longevity? No one even talks about Marvel vs. Capcom 3 that much anymore. Every once in a while, you got someone like Maximilian who runs a tournament series because the game's all but dead. You know what I mean? Like, it's a pretty bad situation. Like, they need to get games that have fundamentals that are going to get people hooked and interested in the games, but also competitive circles are going to like them. You know what I mean? Like, you have to find that balance. That's what I wish Street Fighter 6 would be. Stop worrying about bullshit and just make a game that plays great, and then you can worry about all the other bullshit afterward. If people are hooked on your game, then you can nickel and dime them for the fucking DLC later. Don't think, oh, make a shit game and then immediately start selling nickel and dime character DLCs to make more money. You know what I mean? That's my take. Do I have faith Capcom will do something like that? No. I'll be honest. I have no faith in Capcom doing the right thing. I'm just being honest here. I like Capcom as a company. I think that what they did with Resident Evil 7 was a great idea to rejuvenate the franchise. I just don't have faith in them doing the right thing anymore. I think that, sadly, they kind of... I've lost faith in them with fighting games. They were my go... In the 90s, they were the ones who got me into fighting games with Street Fighter 2. They're the ones who... They were a major part of my life. The whole decade, the 90s into the whole 2000s when I was traveling to play competitive Street Fighter and everything. You know what I mean? Like, Capcom fighting games were a part of my youth. And it's sad now to see that, like, I don't care about them anymore. And a lot of people don't care about them anymore. Most of the people who played fighting games back in the day don't really play them that much anymore. Don't care because they think that they've changed and been ruined and or have failed. That's not good. The classic people from the OGs from back in the day don't even care about fucking fighting games anymore because the games suck. That's not good. You know what I mean? We need a game that's going to reinvigorate these people again. I don't know. I mean, for me, people ask me all the time, would I ever get back into the FGC? Would I ever play fighting games at a competitive level again? I'm like, Capcom needs to make a game that's going to get me back to feeling like that. Like, I want to sacrifice time, effort, money to travel and stuff in order to play these games because nothing they've put out in the past decade has given me that feeling. The very launch of Street Fighter 4, I got that feeling and I went to tournaments. And then around 2011, I just didn't care to travel or do tournaments anymore. I just didn't care. It wasn't interesting anymore because the games weren't good enough for me. Like, I wasn't excited anymore to play them. So that's my take. What they need to do with Ono leaving, this is their chance to go back to basics and put out a game franchise with gameplay that's going to hook people all around the world. It could go right back to where Street Fighter 4 was again. But Street Fighter 5 was so bad. I don't know if they even have people on their dev teams who know what makes a fighting game good anymore. I can't believe they sold Street Fighter 5. I really can't. That game is one of the worst fighting games I've ever fucking played in my life. Every time I go back to it, I groan how bad the fucking game is. I can't believe people like that fucking game. So they gotta go back to being a good game. And I don't know if they're ever going to. You know what I mean? So do I have faith that with Ono gone, Capcom will do the right thing? No. Okay. Shoutouts. We got a lot of contributions that came in here. Let's see here. So Steven Seagull is now testing. He tipped me another $1. He wanted to see if his tip was showing up as verified. Let's give it a look. I'll let you know here. Okay. And by the way, Wilson of Aragorn, I see that you are here. FYI, that tip from many days ago still has not cleared, just so you know. I know that you're keeping an eye on it because you're waiting to see if it's going to clear or not from your bank. It did not clear yet. Just to give you the heads up, if you were wondering. Let's see here. So this is the tip right here.
Hint, hint, hint.
All right. Steven Seagal, yes. Your tip shows is verified.
Business related.
So thank you. So Steven Seagal now technically is the top tipper of the day because earlier he had tipped seven or some dollars here. So let's get him up on the leaderboard. Your showing is verified now. Thank you for that. And then another $1 on top of that to test. That's $8, so we're up to $12 to tips. Thank you, Steven Seagal. You're good to go now. Thank you for doing that. I appreciate that. Then in the meantime, I got another tip. Oh, wow. Hold on a second here, because this may be the top tip of the day if this one is okay. Let's take a look here. It is. All right, I received a $10 tip from Thugs on the Flow. Very nice. Let's get that on the leaderboard. $10 tip from Thugs on the Flow. That gets us up to $22 in tips. Oops. And they said the following. I've been a fan since 2010. Know that for every hater out there, you have tons of people rooting for you. I've always loved your vlog-style videos, and I've watched them all, so I'm glad Ask the King is still around. Thank you for all the fun over the years. You are welcome, and thank you very much for the support. Thank you for letting me know. You know what we call them? We call them the silent majority. There are thousands of people who still watch my content on a daily basis, whether it's on demand on DSP Gaming or the hundreds that come by and watch me live on Twitch every day. I know that. Do they all speak up and say, hey, Phil, we love your content? Of course not. They're there to enjoy the content, and, you know, I understand that. It's the vocal assholes who try to get the attention for themselves on the internet. But I totally understand that there's tons of people out there who like my stuff, so thank you for the support. Mezzanac has subscribed to the channel. Thank you, Mezzanac, for the sub. I appreciate that. An anonymous cheerer did a 50-bit cheer. Thank you to the anonymous cheerer. I appreciate that. Snorlax cheer said, Phil, when you had all of your games, art, and statues and other things displayed all over your old place, did your parents ever give you shit for it when they would come over? They wouldn't give me shit for it, but they would basically, at one point, they were like, okay, you got a lot here. The place is getting kind of cluttered. Is it ever going to stop? And, you know, as a guy who, at that point, you know, think about this. I was single. I had no clue what was going to happen with my life. I was a popular YouTuber out of nowhere, making money that I didn't know what to do with. And I was just being silly, buying shit left and right. A lot of the shit was good for my videos, admittedly. Like, you guys liked having the backgrounds and the decoration for the videos. A lot of the stuff I bought was the DSP Tries items and stuff. But, yeah, I cluttered the fuck out of that place because I had money and I didn't know what to burn it on, you know what I mean? And a lot of it certainly was wasted, and I should have invested it, and I should have done more, very much wiser things with it. But at that time of my life, I was basically an asshole. I was just sitting around, drinking all the time, recording video games, uploading them, and not giving a shit about anything. You know what I mean? Like, I just didn't give a shit about anything at all. It wasn't until much later, years later, that I got more serious about my life and everything. So, to answer you honestly, yes. Sometimes my parents would say, okay, you got another statue, another one? You know, when's this going to end? Why are you getting all this stuff? And admittedly, that place was small, and to have that much shit in there was kind of like, what are you doing? Why do you have all this stuff in here, you know? Why don't you get a better place and put it there rather than keep cluttering this place? Will, son of Aragorn, did a 100-bit cheer. He says, you know, it's almost as if Ubisoft is following Capcom's lead in terms of how their games turn out. Yeah, you know, and Ubisoft, sadly, I think is in this rut where they think there's only like 3 categories of games. There's a cooperative shooter like The Division or, hair in my mouth, any of the 100 Tom Clancy games that are almost identical that have come out in the past few years. Or they got the open world game. Oh my God. Watch Dogs Legion, Assassin's Creed, Phoenix Rising. All these games are like the same open world formula, right? And then I believe they have that other, I forget what the third thing is that they do. They have three archetypes that they use to make games, and they can't get out of that. You know what I mean? Like, they're not innovating. They're not doing anything different. They're just doing the same thing over and over, and that's why a lot of people say all their games feel like they're the same. You know what I mean? So I hear you, Will. Mr. Hurdy-Gurdy Man Shady said, I think you should play Guilty Gear Strive. Its online play is the closest thing to being in a local I found. Definitely makes it worth learning the systems. I would be interested in checking it out. I don't know if I'm going to buy it. The game now has been delayed. If you're not aware, the game was delayed from April all the way till June because they said due to the feedback they received during the beta, they want to work on the game more. So we'll see what happens come June, I guess. Okay. All right. We've got time for probably one more question, and then we'll go on a break. The next question is from Linny9000. It says, why did I like the Batman animated series so much? Well, the answer is very simple. Because the Batman animated series took the viewing audience seriously. When I was a kid, and I used to watch cartoons, all right? Most cartoons were what were considered throwaway episodes. If you missed a single episode of a cartoon, you could go back at any point in the series, and you could watch it, and it wouldn't matter. There was no continuity in the episodes. It was just comedic stuff. Batman was not about comedy. It was about a serious plot line that was, continuous going. You had to watch the episodes so you would understand the continuity. Darker themes. There were many serious adult-themed episodes in the Batman series that weren't just for kids. Also, I would say another series like that was X-Men. The X-Men cartoon had continuity, and you need to follow it. That's what I like. Cartoons that took the viewer seriously rather than, it's just a throwaway show. Just watch any episode and you miss it. Is every show Looney Tunes where it doesn't matter? Every episode's a completely isolated story and you don't ever need to have any context for it. I didn't like that. Like, I liked shows that made the viewing audience think a little more or have a little bit more of a background and see killer characters develop over time. You know what I mean? The Batman animated series had multiple Robins, which was cool to see the Robins change over time because that was the actual plot line of the comic books. I liked that about it. Okay. All right, I can answer one more question before we go on a break. This question is from Welcome to Snap City, and they asked the following. Phil, why do you not follow any more sports anymore, like UFC or the NFL or the NBA? You said yourself that you used to be active when you were younger. You did things like bodybuilding. You played sports. What about them do you not like? First of all, I did not bodybuild. I lifted weights. Lifting weights for health purposes is not the same as bodybuilding. I was not a bodybuilder. I told you my dad at one point was a bodybuilder, and then he stopped doing it as well, but I never bodybuilt. I just basically used the same home gym he had in the basement, and I lifted weights for a while. It was about a year and a half that I lifted weights. Pretty hardcore when I did it. Now, why am I not interested in sports? All right? The honest answer here is, in my lifetime, I never really had a lifestyle or life schedule where I was able to actively follow sports enough to be a sports fan, okay? When I was a kid, I did follow things like baseball, so I was a Mets fan. And then I became a Jets fan in the 1990s, and I liked them for football, okay? But then, when I started working, essentially my work schedule took over everything, and I always had jobs where I had to work weekends. Every job I had, like, I worked at a fast food place, that was supposed to be health food. Yeah, right. It was like salads and frozen yogurt and smoothies and panini sandwiches. I always worked weekends, so I couldn't watch any sports games on the weekends, and that's when the majority of them were. Then after that, I worked at Circuit City. I always had to work weekends. Then after that, I worked at a bank for about a year, Wells Fargo Financial. During that year that I worked at the bank, I didn't work weekends, and I watched American football, and I got heavily into it, and I was a fan of it, and I was following two certain teams, and I would talk with my friends about American football. We went and watched the Super Bowl together at a bar. That year of my life, I was into sports. I was actually really a big fan of sports. I knew about all the big players, the stats, everything. I was very excited. And then after that year, I left that job. I went to Best Buy, started working for their business team, and I started working weekends again, and that was it. I didn't have time to watch sports anymore, you know? And then, you see what I mean? Like, basically, most of the time of my life, I never really had the opportunity to follow sports because I was so busy. Now, when I ended up getting the office job at the helicopter company, I did have a lot of weekend times off, okay? But I started doing, like, well, first of all, if you remember, that's when I had my back injury. And so at that point, when I first started that job was 2006, I was heavily in the Street Fighter, and I was all about Street Fighter, traveling for Street Fighter, playing Street Fighter. That was 2006, 2007, okay? Then in 2007, 2008 is when I basically quit doing competitive Street Fighter, and I had my back injury. That was really, really bad. And so I decided to get more into console games and then started doing YouTube. So basically, when Street Fighter took over as my hobby, and I started heavily doing Street Fighter, and then I didn't care about sports anymore. And then when I got into YouTube, that was like the end of it. You know what I mean? Like, I just didn't have time at all. I'm constantly doing stuff for YouTube, so I don't have time for sports anymore. So, that's the deal. That's the answer. Like, right now, for me to get into sports, I would have to stop streaming on weekends to follow the sports games. I'm not going to do that. You know, sports is just like pro wrestling, just like all these things. It's very time consuming to follow the product and know everything that's going on, to be in the know and understand things going on. And I just don't have that free time. If you have a job that's Monday through Friday and you have weekends off and you could watch most of these games, probably you could be a really big sports fan and enjoy it. But for me, my life schedule just really has never been in line with that, except for that 1 year that I worked at the bank. Outside of that, it's never really been in line with that. I've never been able to really follow it. So, okay. It seems like I got a tip, and if I did and it's legit, that'll be a shout out, and then we'll go on a quick break here. Let's take a look. Let's see. Let's take a look here. Yes, I received a $5 tip from Jester. Thank you to Jester for a $5 tip. Let's get that added to the total. This is up to $27 to tip so far today. He says, Phil, I hope all is well for you. Your Ghosts and Goblins stream is fantastic, and I can't wait to see what happens next, so I'm wondering when you're going to be planning to stream it again. Let me answer that. Because I'm streaming it twice in the coming week. 2 more times. Let's see. So the next stream is going to be Saturday night. It's going to be the late stream, 6:45 p.m. Pacific time. And then I'm going to do a major stream of it on Tuesday at 10:15 a.m. So, and you might say, well, why so infrequently? Because I'm just playing so much. Right now, I got Divinity I'm going to do 2 major streams of. Call of Duty is a major focus for me. And then the night streams are a little bit different. So I'm just trying to alternate between all the games that I'm playing right now and give them all enough time. So, yes, 2 streams of it coming in the next week. Fair enough? All right, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you guys so much so far. Good stream so far. Like the questions, like the interactivity. Thank you for the contributions. Let's take about a 5 to 10 minute break. If you're watching on demand on YouTube, there will be no break. Just watch part 2, which will be out momentarily. If you're watching this live on stream, give me about 5-10 minutes. I'll be back for more. Okay, guys? Thank you so much so far, and I'll see you in a bit. I love Hulk Hogan's dick.
Miserable. Just miserable.
Shit.
You want to play the fucking game? Oh, here we go. Now he's talking about WWE champion. So he's a piece of shit. You piece of donkey shit. How about this? How about this? WWE champions. Alright? WWE champions lives rent-free in your motherfucking head. I don't think about WWE champions. You do. You probably know way more about the fucking game than I ever will, because you're an idiot. You're an obsessed loser. I live rent-free in their heads 24 fucking 7. Are you a functional retard? I have to ask. What's in the box? What's in the box? I fantasized about
There's nothing you can do. It's called just be healthy. Truth of the matter is, the coronavirus is not an epidemic. Oh no, someone's illegally restreaming you. Oh no.
We are the original freedom fighter.
It's Super Hound's fault.
Bet you wonder who gon' love you when you're feeling alone. When you're calling every number that you save in your phone. It ain't no one picking up and you're stuck with the tone. I will. No, you wonder who gon' love you when you're stuck in a rut. You don't wanna talk to no one, so you lay in the cut. And you trying, but it's never enough. I will. I won't leave you lonely, baby, I'm alright. I know you don't really know me, you gon' have to try to put a little trust in me. It ain't no one that can love like me. Nobody. Love like me. It ain't no one that can love like me. Nobody. Nobody love like me, It ain't no one that can love like me. Nobody. I won't leave you lonely, baby, I'm alright. I know you don't really know me, you gon' have to try to put a little trust in me. It ain't no one that can love like me. Nobody. Nobody love like me. It ain't no one that can love like me. Nobody. Nobody love like me, It ain't no one that can love like me. Nobody. Why am I here again? In the eye of the mighty wind, rain and lightning. Take my body in the ocean. When the sky is falling down hard. 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 Don't hold me up, just stand back, I'm chasing the storm. Don't hold me up, just stand back, I'm chasing storms.
All right, here we go. The Ziggy Piggy's back! Alrighty, everyone. Welcome back to Ask the King. Hope you guys have been enjoying the episode so far. Episode 85 for March 4th, 2021. If you have not seen part 1 yet on demand on YouTube, you should check that out first. I answered a bunch of fun questions, but let's jump right back into part 2. During the break, I got a cheer from someone named Steven Seagull. Gee, I wonder who he could be. He says, I bought a house for my friend below market value when they're selling for 50% over asking, and I plan on flipping it to make stupid money. He thinks I'm going to live there for a while. This is my first house. Am I a bad person? I mean, if you really think that he's going to be pissed off about that, because you know he's going to find out when you sell it, right? Like, I'm sure he's going to be able to find public records and see that. I mean, it's really up to you. And how seriously does your friend take you? And will it be a big betrayal? I don't know. That's up to you and your personal relationship with him, man. I don't know what to tell you. Let's see here. Mr. Hurdy Gurdy Man cheered and says I should do a charity once, right? No, he says I met Phil's YouTube channel at a charity once. What? Anyway, let's move on. Let's move on to questions. I don't know what the hell's going on with these people. Let's continue here. So, the next question is from J Rock, and he asked the following. As a full-time streamer, you're constantly bombarded with a plethora of games. This means that you rarely have time to replay games or delve deeper into a game that has time constraints because of your time constraints as a streamer. My question for you is the following. If you were not a full-time streamer, what games would you be playing? Would you take time to master different fighting games? Would you find yourself replaying or diving deeper into games you've previously done playthroughs of? If so, which games? The reason I ask is because I vaguely remember you expressing interest in certain games, but you didn't go through with them because they didn't lend themselves to streaming or they don't resonate well with the audience. Honestly, a few things that I know I would probably enjoy that I know my viewing audience doesn't. Metroidvania games. Any game that has that aspect of kind of exploration and retracing your steps once you get a new ability in order to open a new room or have a new challenge. Especially ones that are 2D and more indie. Like Ori and the Blind Forest and the sequel, Ori and whatever the hell it's called. I probably would love playing, but my audience hates it. You know, any game that I've tried that's a Metroidvania game over the years, most people tell me they hate it. It's boring. Sucks. I like those games, but my audience doesn't. Let's try this again. RPGs. JRPGs in particular, but other RPGs as well. I grew up playing JRPGs. I find them incredibly relaxing, especially when you get an RPG where there's a balance between a really good story, but also a lot of grinding style gameplay. I like that. I find that relaxing. I used to play RPGs at night, have a drink, sit back and grind through them and enjoy it. Like, I remember that era of 2007, 2008, before I did anything for YouTube. I was playing games like Lost Odyssey, Blue Dragon, The Last Remnant, Tales of Vesperia. I was having a blast. Every night was nice, relaxing night of RPG gameplay, chilling, drinking, and just mellowing out, enjoying those games. As you guys know, I don't get a lot of opportunity to play those. When I do, a game like Yakuza 7, look how long it takes for me to beat it, right? These lengthy JRPGs sadly just don't bring in audiences that well on ongoing streams. They just don't. Is there an audience for it? Yes. But it's not a big mainstream audience that's coming to see a big new release. It's more like a dedicated group of people that enjoy RPGs like me, which is nice, but it's a much smaller grouping. So that's a huge one, you know? And yeah, admittedly, if I didn't have to commit to be a variety streamer, maybe I would play a little bit more fighting games and or I would play more first-person shooters. However, this year, the exception is with Call of Duty. I am playing a lot of Call of Duty. That's a good thing. I'm liking Call of Duty this year, and I'm giving myself ample opportunity to play it 2-3 times a week so I can really enjoy it, which previous years I never did because I didn't really like the games that much. But I'm just happy that this year I've had the opportunity to do that, and you guys are embracing the Call of Duty streams the way that you are. Excuse me. But I would say that would be it. It would be JRPGs, Metroidvania games, some fighting games, and first-person shooters. But first-person shooters really isn't a big deal this year because I am doing it, and it's going well. Okay? Mr. Hurdy-Gurdy Man, thank you for the cheer. There's no new single from Daft Punk. They just broke up. There's no new single. Total Score and Cheer, he says, how many square feet was your Connecticut condo? I have no idea. Seriously, I have no clue. Okay. Continuing on. Next question is from Sucker Surprise. And he says, Phil, you mentioned a few times you were into PC gaming in the 90s. I'm wondering if you played StarCraft Brood War back in the day. Did you play any 1v1 matches online? What race did you play as? And did you think Protoss were overpowered? The answer is yes, and nah. In the later version, right, Brood War was the expansion, right? I'm trying to remember, in the original game, the Zerg were by far the best race because the Zerg could do what was called the Zerg Rush. They could make an army of little Zerglings right off the bat and rush your base. And if you didn't put all your time and effort into building defenses to stop the Zerg Rush would completely decimate you within 10 minutes of playing the game. It was crazy that the meta was like that. Once the expansion Brood War came out, they made it so that it was basically not as easy to do that with the Zerg, and the game kind of opened itself up a little more. And yes, I would say overall, if you looked at all the different races in Brood War, the Protoss were the best. The Protoss had the better higher end units. If you could allow yourself to survive to the end of a match, and the Protoss had the time to get all the tech trees to develop the big ass carriers and shit, the Protoss by far were the best in the game. But would they survive that long? Because the Protoss actually are a race to have a slow start. It's harder for them to get more base units out right away early on. And their mid-level units, in my opinion, weren't so great. It was like their early units were good, but it took a while to build them. The mid units were kind of shitty. The end units were like, the carriers were nuts. That shit was broken as hell. So, did I 1v1? Yes, all the time. I 1v1'd, or there were team-based games too. It wasn't 2v2. I did them all. I played Brood War a ton. I played both original StarCraft and Brood War quite a lot. I really enjoyed those in the 90s. In reality, though, that's the final... Yeah, because I originally was playing Warcraft 3. And I like Warcraft 3 and StarCraft. I played them both. That's right, now that I'm remembering. I did play more StarCraft than Warcraft 3, though. Yeah. Okay. Let's continue. Guitar Player 1939 asks the following. I was wondering if you ever watched Lord of the Rings series, and if you have any... I would love to know what you think about them. If you haven't, I would recommend that you watch them because it's a great series. Lord of the Rings trilogy is my favorite actual, like, movie trilogy, I feel, of all time. It's that good. It's that well done. Even though, admittedly, the middle movie, The Two Towers, a little bit sluggish, I love that trilogy of movies. I saw all those movies with my dad in the theaters twice each because we liked the movies so much we went and saw them each twice. And actually, I remember, this was cool. So when Return of the King was going to come out, we watched back-to-back the extended versions of the Lord of the Rings and Two Towers at home the day or two before, and then we went to the movies to see Return of the King because we liked it. Like, my dad read those books, and he told me he liked them so much that I read the books, and I loved the books, and then we saw the movies together. It was really cool. Probably one of the coolest things I did with my dad in my lifetime, honestly. So, so yes, I love those movies. Lord of the Rings is probably my favorite trilogy of all time. Other trilogies I like the Back to the Future trilogy and stuff like that. I'm trying to think of like another notable trilogy of movies. Probably Back to the Future is my second favorite trilogy, and I think first is Lord of the Rings. I think so. Mr. Hurdy-Gurdy Man cheered and said, am I going to play the new Lord of the Rings. Am I going to play the new Harry Potter game? Websites have banned it because J.K. Rowling is gender critical. I don't care about J.K. Rowling being gender critical. It has nothing to do with Harry Potter. So if it's an interesting game, yes, I'll play it. Always Hot Tea Cheer said the opening to the Two Towers where it picks right off where Gandalf falls is amazing. Yeah, so good. Seriously, such a great movie franchise. Cookie Monster 414 asks the following. This is a good one. It's been on my mind recently, and I'd like to hear your opinion on it. Isn't it weird that the moral busybodies of the 80s and 90s, 1980s, 1990s, complaining about heavy metal music and the satanic panic, that video games would corrupt children, and that rap music would make people violent, that's completely flipped, and now we're more likely to hear these so-called progressive or woke individuals who are enraged at the slightest thing. They want everything to be shut down or canceled if it doesn't agree with their rhetoric. My question is, do you believe this will all go away naturally, or will the general population get to the point where they've had enough and have a massive pushback against it? I personally believe in a few years or decades' time we'll sort the thing out completely and it'll change again. Whether for the better or worse is impossible to tell. This is human nature. Human nature goes back and forth, up and down, left and right. When I was growing up, This is completely true what Cookie Monster is saying. We were in a very conservative time frame. The 80s and 90s were a lot like, yes, movies, music, television. If it has any themes that aren't in line with what we consider mainstream themes in America, it's the devil. It's going to brainwash your children. It's going to make them think things and do things that are horrible, degenerate things. I'm not kidding. Like, that's what they would say. Video games, music, and movies and television will make your children degenerates. Okay? It was their belief. I'm not kidding. That liberal thought, right? I'm not even kidding. Homosexuality, transgenderism was terrible to them. Oh my God. You say something like that in public, oh, what are you talking about? It wasn't widely accepted at all. It was kind of like a fringe thing that people had issue with. Do you remember the whole crisis with HIV and how it affected the homosexual community in a huge way? And people were like, oh, the homosexuals are evil people who are all passing around AIDS. And it's like, what the fuck are you talking about? You know, it was crazy how things were back then. Seriously, it's so different. In how 20, 30 years, how public opinion can completely change and evolve and flip to be a completely different thing, okay? Now, today, those things are much more widely accepted. Are they fully accepted? No. There's still places in the world where liberal thought is very much frowned upon. In particular, there's certain places in the world where religions don't like that stuff, and therefore it's still very much taboo, and you got to keep quiet and sweep that stuff under the rug. It doesn't exist, right? But in general, especially I feel because of the dawn of the internet, the dawn of social media, the dawn of people being able to communicate with each other instantly around the globe, that more liberal thinking has become the norm when it comes to society, okay? Now, the flip side of that is that in the 80s and 90s, we had conservative, oh my God, everything is the devil, so you have to censor everything and make sure the kids aren't influenced by anything. Today, it's almost the opposite. It's like, now you have to be pro-liberal. You have to be pro-diversity and all of that. And if you're not, you get canceled for it. If you have the mindset of someone from the 80s or 90s, you're completely done. Even if you're a comedian who makes generalized racial jokes and stuff like that people used to do in like the 90s, like Chris Rock, oh my God, canceled. You can't do that stuff anymore, you know? And it's weird. It's weird how public opinion changes over time. Culture, human culture, changes in its entirety over time with different movements and different mindsets. It's very much possible, give it another 20, 30 years, that due to the things that happen on this planet, that the whole mindset might change again and go back to the way it was in the 1980s and 90s. I firmly believe that could actually happen. I do. Will it? I don't know. Will it be better off or worse than what we have today? I don't know. If anything in my life, what I found is this. Anything to the extreme, when you become extreme one way or another, it's bad. Life is about finding the happy balance and happy medium between everything. Everything in moderation is what they say, right? If you're 100% to one side or 100% to the other side of thinking, likely you're going to shut yourself off from experiences, from people, from things that don't have the same like mind as you. I'm the kind of person that I do have opinions on things, but I'm not going to shut my mind off and be obstinate and act like a rock and be like, no, I'm not going to listen to your opinion. I don't want to hear your take. Mine's the right one. Yours is the wrong one. Tough shit. That's the worst way to go through life. And I used to be like that earlier in my life, 10 years ago, when I was saying dumb shit in videos. You know, that was me. That was me 100%. I was an idiot. Okay? And I openly admit that today, that I made mistakes in the past, based on very dumb judgments and things that made no sense. And by the way, my browser just crashed on my laptop. I have so many tabs open on my browser that my browser completely, not my laptop, excuse me, on my desktop. My browser has completely and utterly crashed. Here we go. Look at this. Hold on. It started playing everything again. Yeah, everything completely just crapped out on me. I think what it is I have had my browser open on my PC for so long, it had a memory hole in it, and it finally just, it went kaput. So I just got to reload everything here quickly. All right, yeah, now it's working again. Here we go. All right, good. Good, okay. Now I can minimize it and everything again. There we go. Yep, and now that's working. Good. Perfect. I was like, why did everything close? Okay. So anyway, yeah, I feel that, like, it's about moderation, having an open mind and listening to the opinions of others. If you are 100% conservative and you feel like everything's the devil, everything needs to be stopped and censored, that's bad. If you think everything against you, everything out there is against you, everyone's, needs to be stopped, cancel culture, everyone, because everyone who ever made a mistake should be canceled, that's wrong too. You know what I mean? Like, we're all human, and we all have different opinions and different takes, and we all make mistakes as well, and we all have things that change over time. My values and opinions that I have today in 2021 are nothing like the opinions and values that I had a decade ago. And I almost believe that in my life, I will continue to evolve as a human, and things will change for the better. So how can you hold someone accountable for something they did 10 years ago on Twitter and cancel them for it today? That doesn't make sense. You know what I'm saying? So for me, Cookie Monster, it's weird how human nature works and how culture works. In 10 years, it's completely feasible that everything will flip again and everyone will have a different opinion on everything again. For me, you got to kind of be in the middle and get everything in moderation and don't go too much one way, too much the other way, or else you're going to have such a biased take on everything. That's when you go to the extremes, that's when things go wrong, in my opinion. Okay? That's my opinion, though. Okay, let's see here. Wilson of Aragorn cheered. He says, next time there's a troll on your stream, you should just call them a fool of a took. There you go. A good Lord of the Rings reference. Rick Slap cheers. A politician trying to get John Denver to help them with censoring music. He turned on them because the song Rocky Mountain High was censored. His own song got censored. Wow. Mr. Hurdy-Gurdy Man cheers. Says, surely we can all agree the objective we should be working towards should be the secure for the workers by hand or brain the full fruits of their industry. I don't have a clue what you just said, but thank you for the cheer, Mr. Hurdy-Gurdy Man. All right, let's continue on here. Mr. Hurdy-Gurdy Man, you full of a took. Full of a took. Mr. I am whiffed as fook asks the following question. What a question. Do you wear jeans, and how often, and what is your favorite cut? Thanks, dude. Well, ladies and gentlemen, recently I've noticed that there's a meme going around with me in jeans. I don't really understand the meme, all right? But what I thought I would do today is I would present to you an authentic pair of Dark Side Phil denim jeans that I wear when I go outside the house. This is the actual one of the 4 pairs of jeans that I own, and I have brought them to you here live on stream to reveal to you the secrets of jeans. Where do people get these dumb memes from? What is this? Is a meme? Oh my god. Jeans! I own them, bitch! What the hell is... Why is this a meme? I don't understand it. Alright? What are they? I have no idea. I've owned these jeans, probably, no exaggeration, probably for about 8 or 9 years. I'm the kind of guy, I wear clothes till they're worn out. Jeans almost never wear out because I don't wear them and go do construction work and shit. I wear them out once a week on my day out so they don't get, and I own multiple pairs. So within a year, this maybe gets a dozen wears. So I've had this pair of jeans for so long, and it's not, look, it looks like new, right? It's not worn out or anything. They're good jeans. All right? So I own jeans. Here they are. This is one of, like I said, of 4 pairs. Actually, 3 pairs similar to this, and 1 pair is kind of like a backup pair that are older that I don't really like. They're a little bit uncomfortable. But they're not boot cut. I don't know what they are. They don't even say on them. Like here, easy. What the hell does easy mean? Easy fit? Easy fit jeans? I don't know. Here they are. Jeans. All right. The jeans segment has now passed, and now you can all clip that segment and put it up on your fucking streams about stupid shit. There you go. Jeans. Let's see here. Total Score just cheered. Said, what the fuck? Whoa! Because I put out the jeans on the stream. Rick Slap Cheery says, the meme is you always wear your jammy jams like a kid instead of jeans like an adult. That's the joke. In the house, why would you... Okay, I have a really honest question. Why would you wear jeans around your own house? Honest question. Jeans are basically a material that's durable. Soft, but durable. A little bit more sturdy, a little bit more tight, I would say, fitting, than say, sweatpants or shorts or, yes, pajama pants. They're not ultra comfortable. They're not uncomfortable, but they're not. I wear these out because when you're out, you don't know what you're going to come across. Is your leg going to rub across something? You want protection. You don't want to step in a fucking puddle of mud and get it all over fucking pajama pants. You want to have something durable like this that's going to keep that shit off your leg, right? That's why you wear thicker clothes when you go out. But when you're at doors, what are you afraid of? Indoor, in my own house, what am I afraid of that's going to attack my legs that I need to be wearing jeans to protect them? What exactly? I'm curious. I'm a streamer. I'm sitting in my office all day. I'm a same fucking chair. When I leave, I'm in my safe house. I don't need to worry about, oh my God, I need to wear fucking jeans around the house. These are not ultra comfortable to wear around the house. They're nice to wear out. And then I'll tell you, we have our day out. When I come home, I change back into either sweatpants, shorts, or pajama pants. They're comfy. They're loose, comfy, soft. That's what I want. I don't want to be wearing jeans all day. This is what you wear to work. This is what you wear when you're going out. You don't wear these at home. And people say, well, you are at work. Yeah, I'm at work in an office streaming video games. You don't even see me from the waist down. Why would I wear these? You'd be a fucking moron. Anyone who dresses up like this for a stream is a moron. You don't need to. Why are you not taking advantage of the fact that you work from home, stupid? Okay, let's continue. Mr. Hurdy-Gurdy Man cheered and said, jean streak. A jean streak. You know, I guess the mentality of some people is, if you... like, I guess if you don't dress up for work, then you don't act like you're at work, which I don't believe in. Like, you guys, for 12 years, I've busted my ass putting out gameplay footage for you guys, whether it was on-demand stuff for YouTube, live streaming, or both. I'm here. I don't care what I'm wearing when I do it. I will continue to put out content for you. That's my job, you know? I don't need to dress a certain way to do it. I don't need to wear a suit and tie to fucking be here and work. That's the dumbest thing. Like, what is wrong with your brain that you can't motivate yourself to do work if you're not wearing some kind of clothes associated with work? Not me. That's never been a problem for me. When I had my office job, all right, they gave me a laptop, and for 2 years, sometimes I would do work from home. Yes, in my normal clothes at home. I wasn't at work. At home, I would do work. It didn't bother, you know, I don't know. Anyway, let's continue. Let's continue. Oh, let's see here. Caught a Fade asks the following. Hey, Phil, I recently started a new job where I mainly work... Oh, my God, it's the same question. Listen to this. I seriously, this is completely unintentional. This is not intentional at all. Listen to this. I recently started a new job where I mainly work from home with the occasional work in office when it's required. This is my first time working from home, and I want you to know if you have any tips for me. I'm having a hard time separating my work life and my personal life because now I live where I work. How do you balance your work life and personal life? Did you ever struggle trying to maintain both because they're located in the same place? Any bit of advice is appreciated. I can't believe it's the same. It's just what I was just talking about, okay? Now, yes, I can give you some advice, all right? First of all, when I was a full-time YouTuber versus a streamer, and I wasn't live streaming, it was harder to be more dedicated to doing what I was doing, and here's why. You're just sitting there alone by yourself recording. I could take a break whenever I want. No one would know, right? And I did. Like, when I used to record for YouTube, the videos were only 10 minutes long. I would frequently take breaks. I would every 2 or 3 videos, I would get up, walk around, you know, have a drink, check the internet, use the bathroom, do something to distract me. So I basically keep motion in my body. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was a different thing. It was different doing that. Now that I'm a streamer, it's different because now I have to be here physically in front of you for a live audience. It's not like I can take frequent breaks and do that kind of stuff because I have a schedule that you guys want to watch me live on. You know what I'm saying? See, I don't know, Caught a Fade, I don't know what kind of a job you have, but I can definitely tell you the fact that I've adhered to a schedule, that I've dedicated myself, that I will create this much content today. I will upload it at this time. You guys will have it at this time. My stream goes live at this time. You know what I mean? Having that schedule, which a lot of streamers, by the way, don't have. A lot of streamers, I may stream today, I may not. I don't know, I might go online at this time, I might not. I could never do that. I'm the kind of guy, I want to be organized, and I want my viewing audience / my customer base, which is really what it is, it's a customer base, to know exactly what's to be expected from me on a given day. If I'm not here on a day out of nowhere, people actually like, wow, what happened? Phil's here almost every day. He's Mr. Dependable. Where the hell did he go? I like that. That's what I mean. So even though you work from home, setting yourself up with determined goals on when you're working, what you're going to be doing, and also another important thing, get rid of distractions. Okay? You're working from home. Don't have it so that you have an open door policy. Anyone in your house can just walk in when you're working and distract you. Don't have it so your pets can jump all over you. Now, the difference here is, yes, Jasper sometimes is welcome on my streams. If you guys haven't noticed, if he distracts me from putting out gameplay or whatever, he's out of here. You know, you have to be able to be dedicated enough that you don't have constant things around you to distract you. Oh, I'm working. Oh, here's my phone right here, and now I can start doing something. No. You put that aside over here. My phone's over here. I'm not touching that. You know, I'm going to be dead on focused on what I'm doing, putting out, you know, content. That's what I'm doing. I'm not going to be distracted by 10 other things, and I don't get my work done. You know what I mean? Take work seriously. Like I said, set times you're going to work. Set goals for the time that you're at work or work you want to get done during that time frame so that you have something to achieve rather than, oh, I'm just going to sit down and do whatever because I work from home today. If I get stuff done, great. If not, I don't care. You know what I mean? These are all good things. Be organized. Just because you're at home and the rest of your house may be disorganized, keep your workspace organized. Have things where you need them to access them to get your work done. Because you work from home, you might realize, oh God, it's nothing like at work where I had a dedicated desk and everything was there for me. Everything's, you know, different. Set yourself up like it's a workspace. I have a workspace. This is where I film. That's where I upload and do other behind the scenes stuff over there. That's set every day, so it's good to go. I'm not sitting here doing hours of fuck around, oh God, work, because I wasn't ready. You know what I mean? All these things are important. They are. They're very important if you're going to be working from home. Okay? It's hilarious because people are saying, have you seen your own setup? Yeah. There's a difference between having something that looks neat and tidy versus organized. My stuff is organized. Everything is where it needs to be to work every day. That's why I'm here every day, you know, dedicated, and you don't have issues with me showing up for stream. The difference is it doesn't look neat and tidy. There's a difference between neat and tidy and organized. Everything's organized. I know where everything is in my office. It may not look the best organized, right? But it is. I know where everything is. Everyone's making fun of me. Fuck off. Everyone, you can go fuck yourselves. Come in here and do what I do, bitch. Come in here and do what I do. You make fun of me. Let's see you do it. Because that's why you don't do it. Because you can't. You don't have the skills. You don't have the dedication. You don't have the discipline. That's another huge one. Discipline. Putting everything outside. I got to do my work today. Discipline yourselves and fucking do it. Because that's the thing. People think it's easy. Oh, look at the mess in Phil's office. Fuck off. Come in here and fix it yourself then. Tell me how easy it is to really keep this stuff working. Right? But they don't know. Because these are people who don't do it on a daily basis. They're fucking assholes. So anyway, Caught of Fate, I hope some of the stuff that I just told you helps you in some way. Okay? All right, let's continue. Random Game Roulette just cheers that the fans would pay good money to see you in a suit and tie on stream. I know they would. I have a suit and tie. It's what I wore to my wedding. That's about it. I don't have much else. I have like 2 ties, 1 white shirt, dress shirt, and a suit jacket and suit pants. And, you know, one day I'll shock you all and wear it just for silliness. But, let's see here. Super Sly Gaming Cheers says, man, Phil, you crazy ass for real. That's right. I am crazy ass for real. You hit it on the head, dude. All right. Looks like I may have gotten a tip. Let's take a look here. Excuse me. Excuse me again. Disgusting. All right. I received. What is this? Why do I not remember this? No, I must have shouted this out. Yeah, I did. I received a $25 tip from Technical 2070. That is the biggest tip so far today. Let's get up on the leaderboard. Thank you, Technical 2070. Are you a functional retard? I have to ask. Thank you so much for that. By the way, that means we got halfway to the tip's goal.
Homo.
That means it's Gunner Glasses time, and that means it's time for me to give a shout out to Technical. Thank you, Technical. He says the following. You're my hero. Ask the King's my favorite show. Love the work. Keep it up. Thank you very much, Technical. He really likes watching my vlog stuff. I've transformed. See, I'm even more professional now when I put on the glasses. Yeah, right. Okay. We've got, still got about a half an hour before we need a break. Cool. Next question is a very large question from Haseo X. So let's go start. He says, Phil, I've been watching your content since Mass Effect 2 DLC era. Holy crap, that's a long time ago. He says, I got a few questions for you. Number 1, you mentioned that you were going to be getting Mass Effect Legendary Edition that comes out in a couple of months. That's right. Once you get how it will affect your Renegade FemShep playthrough, it's not like you can take the data from your Xbox and place it to the PS4, PS5. If you do continue the Renegade playthrough, if you go from ME1 on the Legendary Collection and work your way from there, where you just play 2 of them, I'm not carrying anything over. With this new Legendary Collection, we're basically starting fresh, all right? It's going to be Mass Effect 1, playing it with new graphics, better frame rate, hopefully refined controls. I guess we'll see. My major gripes with Mass Effect 1, there were 2 of them. The first was the graphics chopped up way too much. There were parts of the game that ran terribly and actually could cause the game to crash in certain Mako fights, certain places in the game where you're fighting the Rachni. It's just really bad. And to have that run smoothly now would be awesome. The other problem was game bugs. The game was rife with bugs, physics bugs, as well as there's one part during that Rachni plotline where your entire game could refuse to progress because the game would like freeze and NPC wouldn't move the way they were supposed to, and it would screw everything up. So here's hoping this new trilogy fixes those glaring issues. If that's all it fixes, I'd be pleased. If they did anything additional to that, would blow me away. I would love to play Mass Effect 1 again. I haven't played it in a long ass time, and I always liked that game a ton. But it's going to be from scratch. It's probably going to be a created character, new created character, going from scratch. Okay? Same thing with Mass Effect 3. Like, I'm not going to worry about pulling gameplay from previous playthroughs at this point and trying to carry over those characters. I played Mass Effect 1 and 2 as a Renegade Femshep. I'm not going to do it for Mass Effect 3. It's going to be a new character. Okay? By the way, as I've told you guys, I'm going to play 1 and 3. Why 1 and 3? Because I just played 2 last year. That simple. I just played 2. So I'm not going to play 2 again when I just played it a year ago. Fair enough? All right, his next question, he says, you mentioned many times over your streaming and YouTube career about your dislike about certain practices of how season passes are now handled. Perhaps you can give history on what game series led to the practice of season passes, how they become what they are today. If memory serves, wasn't Batman Arkham Knight what led you to not getting them anymore? Yeah, when I started on YouTube over 10 years ago, there were no season passes at all. In fact, DLCs weren't even commonplace. It was like a few games here and there would get a story-based DLC, like we just mentioned. Mass Effect had like 1 or 2 story-based DLCs and a multiplayer DLC, and that was pretty cool. At that point, they weren't even selling stuff as season pass content. Instead, it was piecemeal. Each piece was separate, and you had to buy each piece separately. Now, what ended up happening was that DLC started to become a lot more commonplace for RPGs and franchises like that. We already just talked about, in this episode of Ask the King, we talked about how bad DLCs got with fighting games like Street Fighter Cross Tekken. So what companies found out is, wow, wait a minute. So you have to tell us that when someone buys the game for full retail price, we could convince them to then spend even more money for content we didn't create yet, and we haven't promised anything out of it yet. Yes, there are companies that they will sell you a DLC season pass, $30, $40, right? You're talking half the price of more of the cost of the base game. They don't even tell you what you're going to get. Well, there will be some more story-based content, and maybe there'll be some challenge content, and that's it. And then you're like, damn. Like, people would buy it. They would buy, because what it is, people get so hyped for a certain game, especially if it's a AAA game. They get so behind the hype that game's going to be amazing and blow you away. Especially if it's an established franchise, this is like part 2, part 3. They will buy the DLC season pass before you even know what's in it, right? And I did that. I was a huge fan of the Batman Arkham series. I thought Batman Arkham Asylum and Arkham City were outstanding games. And when Arkham Knight came out, I said, it's the close of the trilogy. There's going to be story-based content that we're promised. I will buy the season pass. I bought it at launch. It was the biggest regret, because it really only had 2 story-based DLCs. One that had Batgirl, right? And I can't remember what the other one was. I can't remember if it was Nightwing or somebody else. I forget who it was. But there was only 2 story-based DLCs. One of them was like 2 hours, 3 hours long. The other one was like 20 minutes long. There was no meat to this. Everything else was challenges with the fucking Batmobile, skins for the characters, and or garbage content that had nothing to do with the story. If all you cared about was the story of Batman Arkham Knight, the season pass had like no content besides 3 hours worth. That was it. And that was expensive. Wasn't it like $30 or something like that? Seriously, like, it was very disappointing. And that I felt so burned spending that money on a season pass that was so impossibly bad that I just said, I will not do that ever again. And I haven't. Now, if you guys haven't noticed, over the years, I almost never even do the DLCs anymore. What I've noticed is a marked decrease of interest in DLC expansions. If you're a huge fan of something, you'll probably buy the DLC, But to actually get people to come to a stream to watch me play a DLC is actually very daunting. Most people aren't. I would say the exception would be the From Software games. People usually like to see me do FromSoft expansions. Particular Dark Souls. People love to watch me do the Dark Souls expansions. But outside of that, maybe like the Fallout franchise, that kind of stuff. But even recent games, Outer Worlds, never went and played the DLC for that. Most RPGs get DLCs, don't play them. Assassin's Creed, I don't play them. You know what I mean? The one exception was actually Pokemon Sword and Shield. And some people actually specifically said, Phil, why did you choose Pokemon to be the DLCs that you played, like the Season Pass? I bought the Season Pass. Why did I do it for that? I'll tell you why. Because that game was a different kind of game that was considered a chill streaming game for me. That filled a hole in my schedule where those were streams where we didn't have to focus on the game. We could relax, interact, and have fun and not have it be all about the game. And that filled a kind of content in my schedule. You see what I mean? People liked that. People liked the chill streams. So that worked out. But outside of that, most other games, like for example, I just finished Assassin's Creed Valhalla. There's going to be an expansion for it already. The game was over 80 hours. The game overstayed its welcome, and you're going to sell me a DLC expansion? Like, are you out of your mind? You see? So, most DLCs, I don't really go for them anymore. But if there's an exception to the rule, like there was with Pokemon, or maybe a FromSoft game, then I would consider it. Okay? Third question from Haseo X. He says, my last question is, did you hear Glenn Schofield, the executive producer of Dead Space, is now working on a new IP called the Castillo or Castillo Protocol. It's supposed to be out in 2022. As we hear more information about it, would you go back and replay any of the Dead Space games? If so, why or why not? Wasn't it just 2 or 3 years ago I replayed Dead Space 2? And I really enjoyed it. But I wouldn't play that again. I would probably either people wanted to see Dead Space 1 again or Dead Space 3 again. I would consider going back and replaying one of them. Solely on the matter of, yes, I would like to get a refresher on those games before we jumped into a new game from the same game makers. So I would consider doing that. But I'm excited. I am excited for a new game from those same people. That's going to be very good for me. So, very good for me, like, I'm in quality. Like, I'm excited. Those games were good, in my opinion. So, Doggy Down has subscribed for 18 months. Thank you very much, Doggy Down, for 18-month resubscription. I appreciate that. Okay. The next question is from Anthony77FX. It looks like we still have about 20 minutes before a break. Okay. Anthony says the following. Hey, Phil, with the recent announcement regarding BioWare's decision to discontinue all future development plans for Anthem, do you think this decision will have a significant impact on the live service model frequently used by developers within the industry? Over the past several years, we have seen numerous development studios releasing broken and unfinished titles with promises to eventually patch that game up through various updates provided from a roadmap. A most recent example would be Cyberpunk 2077. While the business model has proven to be successful in certain cases, with games such as No Man's Sky and Final Fantasy XIV recovering from really disastrous launches, it has also proven to be a very risky move made by developers, given the fact that it could give very much leading to financial losses and a damaged reputation. While I myself believe that certain developers have been using the live service model as an excuse to hide their issues when it comes to mismanagement, I'm personally hoping BioWare's recent failure with Anthem will serve as a wake-up call to other developers in order for them to rework their strategies and return to re-releasing finished quality products for their consumers. Please keep up the great work. The live service model for games and games releasing broken is basically the topic at large, okay? Here's the thing. Games grew in popularity exponentially. When I started on YouTube as a content creator 10, 12 years ago versus maybe 5, 6 years ago to today, we're in 3 completely different climates when it comes to games. We really are. When I started 12 years ago, big AAA games were a few a month, if that. It was like rare that you get a giant AAA game, and indie games also. To even get noticed, most indie games, didn't get notoriety. Now, there's a ridiculous amount of games coming out at any point in time. And I think what's happened is games, sadly, have become more of a rush, rather than rush for quality and a game that's going to be a huge hit because it's a great game and artistic value. It's more money. Put out the game to make a buck. That's not good. That's where you lose your way. That's why we have so many games today that think they're going to be good. They over market them and then they're shovelware when they come out. They're trash. Anthem is a perfect example of that. A game that the game developers themselves the employees have come out and said, we didn't want to make this game, but our parent company EA forced us to make a looter shooter co-op game that's the same as Destiny with a few variations, and the game was fucking boring and no one liked it and it failed, right? The games as a service model can work with certain styles of games, don't get me wrong. But when you look at games as a service, the whole concept, okay? Games as a service, who gets the service? Who is the most to benefit from a games as a service model? When you really think about the core aspect of how it works, a consumer is paying you full price for a game up front to get a partial game. Then the promise is, over a set period of time, the game developer will invest resources and time to improve the game and add new modes and features to basically give you value over time that would be equivalent to what you paid when you first got the game. Anyone who even understands finance knows this is a flawed model, because anyone who knows finance understands the value of money today is always going to be less tomorrow. Okay? So if you pay someone for something today, but they tell you, I'm not going to give you that item for 3 years, the value is greatly diminished because your money was worth more today than it's going to be worth in 3 years. You see what I'm saying? So just financially, paying for something today to get it delivered to you slowly over the course of many years makes no fucking sense at all. 0 cents. Okay? Now, if you're talking actual intrinsic value of the game for the customer, that's different, because that could definitely have to do with what they're promising, how quickly they deliver it, if what they deliver is what's promised, and how you receive said content over time. If you feel the value is there, if you pay $60 for a game that only has one mode today, but over the course of 2 years that game provides 5 new modes, countless hours of gameplay, new characters, DLC updates, tweaking the game, listening to your feedback, and after 2 years you feel you got an incredibly robust and fun experience out of that game, then I guess games as a service works, right? The question is, how many games actually are delivering on that, and how many are promising that experience but then don't actually deliver that said experience over time, right? For every success story we hear, No Man's Sky, game that was absolutely bare bones terrible at launch, didn't live up to expectations, but then over 2-3 years, Sean Murray doubling down on fixing his game, making it a robust and more interesting experience for those who actually liked it. That's a success story. Now people buy the game and it's a crazy good game from what I've heard. Final Fantasy XIV, one of the worst MMO launches in history, completely recovering, flipping on its head, and becoming one of the best MMOs in recent memory. Rainbow Six Siege. How many of you actually played the game at launch? I'm curious, because at launch, that game was the laughing stock of the gaming community. The game ran like shit. The game modes were bugged and broken. The game was barely functional at launch. But within a year to year and a half, they completely revamped the whole game, and now it's one of the biggest competitive shooters there are out there, right? When it comes to team-based gameplay, Rainbow Six Siege is giant, okay? These are success stories. But what happens is, for every success story you get an Anthem. You get a Fallout 76. You get a big company that thinks they can now half-ass it and shove something out there that's not ready to be released, and it ends up being garbage, and then they don't live up to the expectation. Anthem was a game where it was terrible at launch. They promised, don't worry, we'll fix it. 2 years later, the game's completely done. They didn't live up to their promise at all. They lied to you, basically. EA lied to everyone. And everyone got fucked who bought that game. You know what I mean? When you really look at games as a service, the core recipient of value is the game developer and or publisher, because they're going to receive full payment for something up front, only with the expectation that over time they're going to actually give you a full game experience. They have no obligation to. There's no contract that you signed when you bought the game that said we promise you we're going to give you a full game. The only promise you get is you're going to get what you get during that initial transaction, and that's it. You don't have a legal leg to stand on. You couldn't sue EA and say, hey, when I bought Anthem 2 years ago, you promised me a full game. You never gave it to me. I'm suing you because you dropped development on it. You took the risk. When you bought that game 2 years ago and you heard what was in it, you took the risk. And because that risk didn't pan out, you got screwed. You see, that is 100% in the favor of the game developer and or the publisher, because they get your money up front and they don't have any obligation to do anything to fix the game. We actually just had a situation with Marvel's The Avengers, where the game completely flopped at launch back in September, and the game developer said, well, we're delaying the launch of the next-gen console versions, and everyone was like, oh shit, does that mean they're even coming out? Or did they take such a loss on this game that they're fucking everyone over? They literally did not have an obligation to provide it, but in their defense, or I don't want to say in their defense, but something positive to say, they are living up to that, and they actually are delivering it this month. And what was it, the 18th of March? They're actually going to give you the free next-gen upgrade and new content in the Hawkeye expansion, all for free. So they, even though the money didn't show up for the game like they expected, no one bought it like they expected it to be a seller like they thought, they're still going to live up to their promises, which is a nice thing. But that doesn't mean that it's going to be that situation every single time this games as a service comes out. Games as a service is atrocious. It's completely anti-consumer. It's 100% in the favor of the developer and the publisher, and people need to wise up. Because here's the thing. You're absolutely correct when you mention No Man's Sky or Final Fantasy XIV or Rainbow Six Siege, that those games fucked up at launch, but as a service over time, they improved, and now they're great games. Those are the exceptions to the rule. Those are the few instances here and there where things turned out well. Game developers and publishers should not feel it's acceptable to give you a half-finished game. You are paying them the price of a full game. They should be giving you a full game. And if I'm smashing my mic here because I'm very, very animated. I'm Italian and I wiggle my hands when I get animated. If you continue to give full price, $60 or more, today it's $70 now for next gen, games, right? For PS5 and everything. If you continue to give these guys full price for an unfinished game at launch, they will think it's acceptable to do that. You're telling them with your money, when you put down your money and you say, I will give you $60 to $70 for an unfinished game, that publisher now thinks, we did it again. See, we now got them used to that. They're used to paying top dollar for an unfinished game, so we'll just keep doing it over and over and over. That's not good. What you want to do, when you see those games and you think that, oh, no, don't buy them. Do not buy those unfinished games. That's giving the wrong impression. And by the way, I have to say this. Don't listen to content creators who advertise and push those games. You have to understand something. Content creators are not like me. They are looking to make a buck and make a living. They're going to sit there. They're going to advertise those games because they're paid to. How many content creators at the launch of Fallout 76, the launch of Anthem, where they're playing the games for 1 to 2 weeks under the guise of this is a paid stream from the creator, and people went and bought the games because of that, and the games didn't deserve $1. The games were terrible. And people got screwed because they believed those content creators were putting out honest coverage of the games when they weren't. It was paid advertisements. This is all part of the big wheel of business. And you have to understand that content creators will push garbage down your throat and make you buy it because all they care about is making money for themselves. They don't care about you, your dollars, or your viewership. All they care about is the money lining their pockets from the big studios when they do these advertisement campaigns. You have to understand that. That's why a company like EA can get away with Anthem. They sold a bunch of copies of Anthem because people were ignorant and believed the game was going to be good because of the hype behind it, not because of the actual game. That's bad. EA should not be getting away with selling Anthem unfinished and then dropping it 2 years later. People should be up with their pitchforks in the air, shoving them up EA's ass, saying, no, this is not acceptable. But it's almost like we've been desensitized to it. It's almost like we've now been programmed to believe it's a gamble every time you buy a video game and you don't even deserve a good game when you buy one because, hey, it's a crapshoot. That's not good. That's the wrong message to give to EA that they can get away with doing that shit. You know what I'm saying? So, please be careful, because when you support bad products, unfinished products, games as a service, for every success story and game that turns around, there's going to be 10 failures that you got screwed over on. And we can't let game developers and publishers think it's acceptable to release unfinished games and charge full price for them, or else that's all we're going to get moving forward. Okay? All right. I think we have time for one more question, and then we'll take another break, because after that we've got two more forum questions, some shout-outs for patrons, and about a few Twitter questions. Okay. One more question, and then we're going to get a little break here. All right? Okay. Rocks for Doggo asks the following question. He says, I'm actually a long-time watcher, but a first-time caller. I'm wondering, as you've already been around for over a decade so far, how do you see your career going in the future? Outside of upgrades to your streams, as you mentioned previously on streams, do you have any plans to one day wind down or maybe limit your presence online as you grow older in decades to come? I know it can be difficult to predict anything on the internet, but I'm wondering what your long-term goals may be as a virtual pioneer of streaming. Thank you for addressing my question, and keep up the good work. Right now, I like what I'm doing. I like covering the amount of games that I do. I like the variety of stuff that I do. I like being a variety gameplay streamer for you guys, all right? What I would say is eventually, now not now, because now I like doing what I'm doing. Eventually, there's going to come a time when people are going to want something different. And what I'd like to maybe do is branch out from the content that I do and do other kinds of shows. It's not only going to just be about gaming. Maybe once a week, I'll actually have a show where I talk about current events. I talk about topics. Yes, it would actually have politics included in there. All right? And I would give you my opinions and my takes, and we could have discourse about those things on a dedicated show just for that. Rather than it being wedged into my gameplay content, it would be a dedicated show where we don't just talk video games and I'm not playing a game. It would be us actually having discourse. I would basically that week, I would take all the things that I feel are newsworthy and sit down and talk about it, and we could all have different discussions and different things like that. It would be like an ongoing podcast of a variety of topics where we could have that kind of discussion. All right. I feel that would be worthy. There's enough people out there who like my takes and my opinions on things. I think if anything, over the last couple of years, people have started to realize Phil is not the biggest asshole on the planet. He actually has interesting takes and things on stuff that maybe could add some insight, and maybe there'd be an audience for that. I don't know if it would be a huge audience, but doing that would actually be interesting to me, because that would mean I don't have to hyper focus on gameplay every moment that I'm on a stream. And instead we could have a variety of stuff to talk about. Okay? Maybe that could branch out to have dedicated shows on certain topics. I don't know. I would like to do that. I would like to have an ongoing online presence, even if I'm not a gamer to the end of days. I would like to have an ongoing online presence where people like to just come with me and have discourse, and we can do that kind of stuff. You know what I'm saying? I'm certainly not saying that's going to be immediate, but maybe that's something that I could do long term. Outside of that, will I ever phase it? I mean, the thing is, could I phase out streaming? Yeah. What would I do? I have to get another job then. You know, my opinion on my future as a content creator has completely changed in the last 2 years. And here's why. In 2019, I went and visited my parents in Connecticut. At that point, financially, I was in a really bad position. I had debt up to my eyeballs, no way to pay it, no out in sight. And I had a serious conversation with my parents about it, and it was determined that two things had to happen. Number one, I had to make a financial change, i.e. declare bankruptcy. There was no way I was going to be able to ever pay out my debt anymore. I was going to ruin my life if I kept trying. And number two, that I was going to have to try to make some kind of a change when it came to my work, because obviously it wasn't working out. There was no way that I was going to be able to maintain a life for me and my family, my new wife, if I was going to keep doing this for a living, because of the shit that's happened to me over the years, the highs and lows, getting screwed over. Now, that was 2019, all right? I was fully on board with a plan that eventually I was going to try to phase out from doing this, and I was going to try to do something else outside of streaming, and I would do maybe half and half. I would have a job here, stream some, and then, and see how it worked, maybe eventually phase out streaming completely, all right? Then 2020 happened, COVID. And if anything, what that showed me was that if I had made a dramatic and drastic change to my lifestyle like I was planning on doing, I probably would have lost everything. I probably would have lost this house. I would have lost everything in this house. Who knows what would have happened with us? Me and Kat, we would have had to move to somewhere probably terrible because we couldn't afford anything anymore. Like, I would have had no income. I imagine if I quit streaming and just went out there and got a brick and mortar job, and then does it exist anymore because of COVID? Right? How many people lost their jobs, got laid off last year because of COVID, or had to dramatically reduce the amount of hours they work, change the amount of income they get? It would have been the end. It seriously would have been the end for me, and everything would have fallen apart with my life. So it's almost like, again, I hate to say it, my life is just luck. Like, I've had so much luck over the last 12 years. I was in the right place, right time to start up on YouTube and become popular when I did. It's just like these things line up. And last year, thank God, I was still a live streamer, and last year I was able to still work and provide, my bankruptcy went through, and I was able to keep doing what I do. Now my streams are getting more attendance, get more support than ever before. It's true. Right now I'm growing. My overall base things like subs and things are growing. It's amazing. People are supporting me more than ever before, saying we want you to keep being a content creator. We feel what you do is pertinent, has meaning to us. You are still pertinent, despite the fact you've been around for 12 years and so many other people have vanished into the ether. You're still here, and that means something. People find what I have has intrinsic value enough that they want to support me to keep being here every single day. That's awesome. And that's the overwhelming message you guys gave me in the last year during these tough times of COVID, is that you guys told me, Phil, you were a rock for us. You were here every day streaming. We were entertained for free at a time when everything else in the world was falling apart and being inconsistent and changed. You were still here to entertain us, and we love that. So thank you for that feedback. What you're telling me is you don't want me to go anywhere. If I had phased out streaming or whatever and did something different, I might have lost everything, and you guys would have felt like it was a giant loss. So for me, I want to keep doing what I'm doing. But yes, long term, I may need to diversify it. It may not just be the old man. When I'm 60 years old, am I going to pick up a controller and play a video game all day? Probably not. Will I still play games when I'm 60? Probably yes. But it's not going to be the capacity I'm doing it today. You know what I'm saying? It's going to be dramatically reduced. I'm going to need to change up my formula to do different things. And that's okay. Diversification is okay. I've been there, done that before. Back on YouTube, I diversified before, remember? I can do that with my streams. I can do it so that some streams are gaming, some streams are talk, and other things. You know what I mean? Definitely. So that's kind of my idea. Now, is that happening in the short term? No. Right now, things are good. Things are liking what I'm doing. No one's clamoring for me to change who I am or what the content that I put out. The content I put out is valued enough that you guys are supporting it. Let's keep it successful. Let's keep it how it's going. But long term, will I institute some changes? There's a possibility. Okay? All right. Really quickly, I just got to check on a couple things. Dark Lord Stan, I'm not even going to address what you said because it's incredibly stupid. All you got to do at one point is take a look at any streamer who's putting out a paid advertisement stream. That's all you got to do. Any paid advertisement stream is not legit content. You're watching a paid advertisement. That's why they have to label it as such. Like, I don't understand how you don't understand this concept. I really don't. Like, I'm at a loss that you don't understand that this exists. You, deny its existence or something. Super Sly Gaming Cheer says, man, Phil, get yo ass. Okay? Local Nomad did a 250-bit cheer, which is the biggest cheer of the day. He says, if your stream ever goes in that direction, could you see yourself teaming up with someone else to take pressure off producing all the content you do, or prefer to roll solo? I don't know. I did co-op content for a while. With John Rambo, we basically split the load. I had my own solo content. But once a week, he would come over, right? And we would do co-op gameplay, and we would also do our wrestling commentary show. And that day was so different for me. Because honestly, that day didn't feel like work. While the rest of the week kind of felt like work, that day didn't feel like work. I just felt like I was hanging out with my friend and putting out a fun variety of stuff. When you have someone who you have camaraderie with, or you have a good way to work back and forth with that person, you know what I mean, a good interaction, not only does it add to the robustness of the content, but it makes it easier. It does. Would I consider at some point in the future maybe doing a breakout style content where I cross over with someone? Maybe. But things would definitely have to change around here. It would have to be that I'm not constantly stalked, harassed, and having my life trying to be ruined by a bunch of very messed up people. Okay? Because anyone who's going to do a podcast with me or a show with me is going to then become the target. The ire of those people will be redirected towards those people, and that person or persons wouldn't deserve that. Okay? So it would have to be an interesting situation and where things change. I don't see things changing in the short term. here's how things could definitely change. In the long term, YouTube becomes more strict and cracks down on that kind of content. Twitch becomes more strict and cracks down on that kind of content. And law enforcement actually becomes more strict and cracks down on that kind of content. Instead of everything just being okay on the internet, the harassment ends. People can't do that shit anymore. They can't just fucking try to ruin someone's life with slander and defamation and conspiracy theories that aren't true. If there was a crackdown on that shit, things would be better for everyone. And then I could say, you know what? Fine, because if anyone tries to say that shit about me, boom, they go to fucking jail, and then I don't have to worry about it anymore, right? But I certainly don't foresee that happening anytime soon. So, Dark Viking 159 has resubscribed for a whopping 44 months of support. Good to see you, Dark Viking. He says, I started watching your Divinity Original Sin 2 playthrough. I'm liking it so far. It's a hard game to learn, but the more observant the combat, the more you observe the combat and you see how the AP works, it becomes pretty fun. Yeah, and every time I've played it 3 times so far, every time I've played it, I've learned. The viewers are helping me a ton, and I'm looking forward to 2 more sessions this coming week. I think it's going to become better and better the further I play it. All right, ladies and gentlemen, it is time for a break. Let's take a break. Again, if you're watching this on YouTube, just click over to part 3 and check out the finale. If you're watching this on stream, I'm going to take about a 5-10 minute break, and then the finale will be coming right after that. Thank you guys very much so far. More questions to be answered right after the break. Thanks. I'll see you in a bit. What do I do? What do I do?
I am a fucking hedgehog, and I have spikes on my back. Oh shit, I am fucking Sonic, and you can't fuck with me, yeah. I am a fucking hedgehog, and I have spikes on my back. Oh shit, super fucking big moves.
Someone please shut up this dude who's being a moron.
I had a seizure. Fuck you and fuck your mother. So almost the sister and your brother. Get the fuck out of my way, I'm a hedgehog. So fuck you and fuck your mother. So almost the sister and your brother. Get the fuck out of my way, I'm a hedgehog.
I love Putin's dick.
Fuck you. Here we go.
Oh no, you didn't, you motherfucking piece of shit cocksucker.
And you can't fuck with me.
Mark my fucking words.
I am a fucking hedgehog, and
I'm gonna find out who the fuck you are.
I am
You
fucking
motherfucker. You
and you can't fuck with me. Yeah.
let this be noticed live on the internet. You're fucked.
And I have spikes on my back. Oh shit. Here we go.
Are you a functional retard? I have to ask.
No! Hey, is Sonic gonna be in love with Amy Hedgehog, or is he gonna try to map it to that girl from the fucking other 3D Sonic game? Have some bestiality sex in this game.
Meow.
Woohoo! Bestiality. It's what Sonic's all about these days. Bestiality. It's what Sonic's all about these days. Fucking Sonic. He's back to sell more games, yeah. Whatever happened to Sonic 4? I don't think anyone knows. The project was probably canceled.
Ah!
Now for you. Come home. So suck on my balls and shit, yeah. I am fucking Sonic, and you can't fuck with me, yeah. I am a fucking hedgehog, and I have spikes on my back. Oh shit, I am fucking Sonic, and you can't fuck with me, yeah. I am a fucking hedgehog, and I have spikes on my back. Oh shit.
Oh no! Oh no! 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 Papa Vera! Oh, fucking shit.
Super fucking people! Super boost! Super boosters! Fuck you and fuck your mother, your sister and your brother. Get the fuck out of my way, I'm a hedgehog. So fuck you. Here we go. Now fuck you. Come on. Super boosters! And I missed everything right there. Oh, fucking shit, the giant fucking fish! Get on it! Ah! Stupid fish! Whoa!
The Ziggy Piggy is here. If I could get down on my hands and knees and say thank you and still be on camera, I would do it. We're soulmates. Tiger, 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 Wow, what a moron. Maybe you shouldn't have just stood still. Paid attention, dumbass. What do I do? 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 Alright, so Gabe Horn is awesome. Questions from the stream chat probably to end the show. Keep in mind the show runs till roughly
The Ziggy Piggy is here.
5 minutes. Thanks for being a great audience so far. Last chance if you want to contribute, you want to get your question answered. Now's the time. All right, guys. Thanks. I'll be back in 2 seconds. Hint, hint, hint. All right, ladies and gentlemen.
What do I do?
Welcome back to Ask the King, episode 85 from March 4th, 2021. This is part 3, the final part. We got a few more questions to go through, some shout outs, some good stuff coming up here. So thank you guys for tuning in, whether you watched on YouTube or you're still here live on stream. I appreciate that. Thanks to everyone who's contributed so far today. I appreciate that as well. And now, let's get into the finale, shall we? All right. So the next question is from James Nichols, and he has a pretty long and lengthy question, I believe. Okay? Let's see what it is. This looks pretty long. James asks the following. Phil, I've been following you since Metroid Other M way back in 2010. And you've been part of my life over the last 10 years. I've been a fan of yours through the highs and lows, all the controversies and drama. While there's certainly been things I've disagreed with you on or times when you've done some things wrong, you still remain one of my favorite content creators, and I can't thank you enough for pushing forward positively and continuing on in spite of the ungodly amount of hate that you receive. As cheesy as it sounds, you're an inspiration, so thanks for keeping on and staying true to yourself. Over the last few years, you've adopted chill streams, where sometimes you play games that are somewhat secondary to the interactions with stream chat and the conversations that you have with your followers. In the modern era, games like Destiny, The Division, or The Avengers have become popular in spite of their flaws as a result of addicting gameplay and a deep endgame that, while repetitive, can be very relaxing and fun to play in a more chill environment. Oftentimes, these games have positive elements that their initial story-based campaigns fail to fully deliver on, and only people who actually stick around to play them on a regular basis can see that depth that the games have. My question is as follows. What would the developers need to do to any of these games and live service games, that's what I should have said, to any of these live service games, to interest you enough to consider playing one on a chill stream format? Why do you think they failed to interest you up to this point? All right, this honestly is probably not as complex as you're thinking, James. And honestly, this is probably one that's going to be an easy answer, even though that was a pretty big preface to ask the question properly. Just listen to the games that you just said. You said Destiny, The Division, or The Avengers. And you said all these games, if I had played them longer term, would have had more content that maybe you get to feel where the real end game is, or you feel where the real value of the game is, correct? True. Every single one of those games, except for The Division, I played the campaign, and then I went ahead and I did some co-op gameplay, checked out things like the raids in Destiny. I did one or two. And in Avengers, again, played through the campaign. and did a few, optional side missions or whatever to see what the game was. Division I never played. Remember, I played the Division 2 beta or whatever. Or was the Division 2 free? I think the Division 2 was free like 2 years ago during E3 week, and I played it for like 1 or 2 sessions co-op with viewers, right? Okay. So, what's the common thing between all those games you just mentioned? It's very simple. They're all online co-op experiences. If you were to try to play Destiny, The Division, The Avengers, any of these co-op looter shooter games, all right, by yourself, those experiences would be completely different and probably boring and not even possible. You can't do a raid by yourself. You have to have a dedicated cooperative group to play these games with in order to play them at a high level. Correct? I mean, I think I'm correct there. Well, maybe I'm wrong. Maybe there are situations where you can actually play those games solo and do well. I don't know. But from what I'm to understand, those are designed at their core to be co-op experiences where each character can have a build that complements the build of another character. One healer, one support guy, a tank, a damage dealer, etc. Like, that's the point, is that you're not trying to do it all alone. Now, one of the major things about the success of those games is that you have a team that has camaraderie. You're working together, you're interacting, you're talking and communicating with those other people across the world to play with them and to make your efforts to do whatever you're going to do in the game successful, right? The raid, big scale raid, giant boss, little waves of minions, taking it on, we're getting crazy good loot for doing it, right? I get that. I've done that before. I've done that style of gameplay before. Was it necessarily in a shooter? No. I used to play MMOs. I used to play World of Warcraft. I used to play City of Thieves, City of Villains. I've been there, done that. I know how that works, and it works well. When you have a dedicated group of players who are playing games together, and you're friendly with them, you have fun conversation while you're kind of joining in to try to succeed in the games. That's really cool. Admittedly, 100%. I get that. But here's the thing. I'm not a guy sitting on his couch playing games with his friends over the internet. I'm a content creator. I put out a stream that's meant to be entertaining to the masses, you see? Now, 10 years ago, I was doing co-op with John Rambo. We would do co-op games. They'd be fun. Were these kind of games prominent back then? No, they weren't. In fact, they were few and far between when you get a co-op looter shooter back then. But I get it. Having someone you do gameplay with or whatever, again, it makes it more robust. It makes it interesting. It takes some of the burden of the load off of you that you're the only person putting out a product. Instead, it's two people working together. You see what I mean? And I'm well aware that there are content creators out there right now that they have dedicated teams of people who they team up with online. They do these cooperative games, and it's very entertaining content, and their audiences love it, and they're very successful making that kind of content, okay? But not the case with me. All right, why? Well, there have been a couple times over the years that I've actually tried to put out that kind of content. Remember when Destiny 2 came out? Not only did I play through the entire game with a co-op team, but then we did post-game content as well. I had 3 or 4 people who I was teaming up with, and we were doing raids and things after the fact, after the main campaign had ended. People hated it. When Apex Legends first came out, what was it, 2 years ago now? Either 2 or 3 years ago. I think it was 2 years ago, 2019. I teamed up with people like Brian and Kekken, and we had a dedicated party where we would go out and work together and try to survive and learn the characters, and we did well, actually. If you actually look about the month and a half, 2 months that we were consistently playing Apex Legends at least once a week, we did well. We were winning, we were doing good. It wasn't always a win, but we were getting wins by the end there fairly consistently, where every session we would at least get a win, if not more. And it was good, it was fun. Like I said, us chatting, camaraderie, working together, it was cool, it was good stuff. But for whatever reason, it doesn't resonate with my viewing audience. In fact, I can tell you this, okay? I can tell you this. When I was playing those games, I was getting feedback that people didn't like those streams, and here's why. Phil, when we tune into a stream, we want to interact with you. We want to have a direct line with you so we can talk with you, let you know what we think about the gameplay that's going on in the game, or you can tell us what you think about what's going on in the game. We want to have you constantly reading stream chat, talking to us, interacting, giving shout-outs, etc. When I did those playthroughs, all that stuff had to go by the wayside because I was focused on the game and doing team-based gameplay with other people. When you're constantly focusing and communicating with the people in the game, you then can't also focus with a totally other different group of people over here on the laptop. You see? It's too much to juggle. And I guarantee you, people who are successful putting out this cooperative content are not going, yes, we're doing this. Oh, wait, over here, what's going on? Oh, shout out. Oh, wait, what's this over here? Oh, what's a shout out? You're too distracted. I found myself when I was doing that kind of gameplay, especially Apex, having to hyper focus on the game, and then between the matches, oh wow, like six contributions came in between the match. Let me give a shout out. And people didn't like that. People told me outright, we're here for you. We're not here for Brian. We're not here for Kekken. If we wanted to be here for them, we'd go watch them stream. We're here for you. So it's cool you're having that interaction, but we want to talk to you. And you're being distracted, and you're not having that interactive situation or that interactive stream with us because you're talking with those guys, and we don't like that. All right. Now, in addition to that, all right, the content that I used to put out that was co-op with John Rambo, did you notice? Guess what? It wasn't interactive streaming. It just wasn't. That was before I was an interactive streamer. The stuff that was made specifically for YouTube, and then later on we live streamed and then uploaded to YouTube, was just us interacting. That's why it worked. We were isolated. We focused on the game. We basically bullshitted with each other. That's why that stuff worked. Okay? So, for me, if I was going to go full in on playing a game like Destiny, Division, or Avengers, and I was going to have a team of people dedicated to play, great. I would probably enjoy it. I really enjoyed the time that I played Destiny 2 and Apex Legends. Even though I'm not in love with those games, I thought those were really entertaining streams for me because I was hanging out with other people and having fun. But my audience outright was telling me that it was boring. That's why I ultimately stopped playing Apex Legends. I played it for 2 months, and after 2 months, people were telling me, we're not going to come to your streams anymore. Those are boring. We're skipping those streams. We're waiting for you to just hang out with us again. So that's why, you know? It wasn't that I didn't like Apex Legends. It wasn't that, let's be honest. Yes, the game was getting stale, for sure, but then they started releasing DLC content and stuff. Brian wanted to keep playing it. Brian did keep playing it. After, I had dropped it, he continued to support the game for a while. I don't think he plays it anymore, but he did continue to support to play it for a long time. But all I have to do, it's very simple. I have to follow the feedback of my viewers. When my viewers in majority are saying, we don't like that content because you're not interacting with us anymore, that's when I have to take a step back and reassess what's going on. That's why I didn't play Destiny 2 at any length after I beat the campaign, and that's why after 2 months I never played Apex Legends again. If we were a different situation and the audience didn't care that I wasn't really interacting with them as much because I'm hanging out with other people, I'd be okay with it. But that's the feedback I've gotten, is that people are more focused on me interacting with them. So, all right, I received 2 tips. Let me just check on them to make sure that they're real. I want to get lax now and get screwed over. I just want to check on them. We only have a few questions left. We have 1 question left from the forums, a couple from Twitter here, and some shout-outs to do. So the show's almost over. All right. Shout-out to Internal Miscreant, who tipped me $5. Thank you very much as you're enjoying the show. And 672 tipped me $6.72 and said, what was the question? The question was, why don't I find myself playing games such as Destiny, Marvel's Avengers, or The Division, which are more games as a service long-term? You have to play them online cooperative. Why don't I play that kind of game? Because really, I'm not getting the full picture of what those games are, only playing through the limited campaigns and not going any further. That was the question. Thank you for the tips, guys. We're now up to $65 in tips with about half an hour left on the stream. We're close, but no cigar yet. All right. The final question from the forums is from Richie7. He says, when you review games, what are the major criteria you use to judge one against another? How important is originality versus a game that may not do anything new but is executed really well? Where do you turn to if you're looking for a review of a game or other form of entertainment? There's objective factors and subjective factors. Objective factors, very big. Length of a game. Difficulty level of a game. Accessibility. How much graphics, beauty, level of graphics, detailing graphics, right? How level design, originality in the level design. Does it feel like another game you've played, or did they do something completely different that works, right? There's a million objective things, length, value, bang for your buck, enjoyability, and of course that's subjective. Subjective would be like, how enjoyable is the game? Did you actually enjoy the story? You see, there's different things that are objective and subjective, and I try to weigh and balance those when I try to review a game. Not that I even review games that often anymore. I usually don't anymore. Okay, but the problem is with modern reviewers that I found, most modern reviewers just think game reviews are subjective. It's 100% opinion, so you could just immediately just not justify anything you say in a game review, or you could say a million things about a game to say it's great and then give it a bad score, or say a million things about a game to say it's good, then give it a good or a bad and then it's a good score, and then say, oh, it's my opinion. And that's their ultimate cop-out. No. If you're a games journalist, you should be actually having criteria you use to compare games against each other. So when you give one game a 9 and one game a 4, you can objectively justify that. Not, that's just my opinion. Because if that's the case, then no game review has any value, because anyone could just give anything, any fucking number, with no actual frame of reference or reason for it, right? So fuck it then. Your review's worthless. You're unemployed now. Is that really what they want? Of course not. But they're morons. And they don't want to have any responsibility for what they do. And that's why I don't like games journalism. Okay. How important is originality versus a game that may do nothing new but is executed really well? Depends on the person. For example, Ghost of Tsushima. 90% of the stuff that was present in Ghost of Tsushima I've done in other games. Probably 10% of it was completely original. But that game came together to be one of the most original gameplay experiences I've ever had, and was one of my Game of the Year contenders, you know, second favorite game of last year, okay? Versus a game that's completely new and different, outside the box. I've never played anything like it before and blows me away. You know, both are good. So it doesn't, there's no, oh, this is better than the other. It's more, that's more of a subjective decision, okay? Your final question was, where do you turn to if I'm looking for a review of a game or other form of entertainment? I don't. I'll just go online and just see, like, if there's a bunch of reviews out, I'll just skim through a few. I'll look at numbers. But you can't. There's no consistent place you can go, because sadly, like I said, main games journalism, they don't do a good job. They just hide under the guise of it's an opinion, and they think they don't have to justify anything they say or do, which is preposterously stupid. They shouldn't have jobs if that's their fucking, if they're that unprofessional, they shouldn't be paid for their work. Seriously. If you can't justify what you say in a game review because you just say, oh, it's just all opinion, then you shouldn't be paid for it. That's my opinion anyway. Okay. Shout outs to the patrons. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. There are still people who pledge to my Patreon. And I'm appreciative of every single one of them, because that helps me every month with a little bit of additional income. Yeah, I know, because I don't talk about Patreon that much at all. Almost never these days. But thank you to those who are still ongoing patrons of mine. Shout out to the following people. That's It 007, Christopher Samuels, Rashed Bash, Ryukage 99, Archvile 82, Philippe Marcotte, Martin Hoggerud, Malachi Brennan, David Denmark, Pim Evers, Kyle George, Murdoch, Brandon LeBrache, Robert Koger, Fallen 1570, Jack Spartacus, Joshua Wells, Johans, Big Tone 995, Walter, Daniel Bonk, Stormforce Gamer, Bill Kolpa, Wesley Schwartner, Daniel Fonseca, Manny, Yak Almighty, Dennis Liu, Litterial, Jared, Shadow King Jim, Stephen Haleski, Michael Deneal, Haseo X4, who I answered a question of his, Adam Jones, Matthew Tisworth, Mr. Studer 24, QPZMWM, Planet Jeff, Logan Shannon, Game Trekker, Yancey Benson, got that one wrong, Carlos Venegas, Cody Carls, Trevor Say, Hacking Darts, Eric Miller, Blaine Mayo, Kim S., Sean Given, Daz Bullshit, Thomas McDonald, and Super Blind Man. Thank you to all of you for your ongoing patron support. I appreciate that. All right. Now, Twitter questions. First question's from Filippo Marinara, who says, Phil, I used to love Hate Live, where people could call in and have real conversations with you. It almost felt like a radio show. It was on a whole other level of fan interaction. I miss it. Would you ever consider rebooting it, even on just a semi-monthly basis? No. Here's why. Because sadly, having that someone to call in is too risky. People have found ways to find out information about me and my internet, like my IP address, and then they dox me, and then they fucking DDoS attack me, and I can't fucking put out my content anymore, all right? The times that I was doing those, you're talking 5-6 years ago, if not longer, but when I was using Skype and stuff, and since then people were able to find out my IP, there's no way I could take that kind of risk anymore. There's no reason why I can't do a live interactive show just with people in a text format where there's zero risk, and that's what I do. So, yeah, I'm not going to be taking chances having live callers come in anymore. Plus, let's be honest, half of them were trolls anyway. So, that's pretty much a waste of time at this point. Sean asks the following. With the new Resident Evil 4 remaster being rumored to release in 2022, You have any plans on going to do a Resident Evil 4 retro playthrough? I, for one, love your original Resident Evil 4 playthrough, but it lacks the modern feel. There was no cam. There was no live audience. I think it would hype the remaster more. Yeah, I remember I played Resident Evil 4 the year after Resident Evil 6 came out. Resident Evil 6 was, what, 2012? It was either 2012 or early 2013. And so I played Resident Evil 4 around probably like 2014, 2015. I think I did direct capture, but you're right. It definitely wasn't an interactive live stream. There was no webcam, so no face cam. There was no chat. You know, there was none of that. It was just me playing it as if I was playing it offline. And I remember enjoying the game, but there are some really difficult parts of it. In particular, there's one part where you have to do something with a crank, and these enemies keep coming nonstop, infinite spawns. It's really annoying. I remember that. And then there's the part where the girl is following you, and you have to like try to get her safely around, and she's so fucking slow that it's insanely annoying. Excuse me. So that being said, I do think the game is good, and would I play it again? Yes. However, why would I play it again if they're just gonna remake it, and I'm gonna play the remake next year? Like, that would kind of be like, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know. Would people enjoy seeing me play the classic this year and then the remake next year, right? I guess that would be the question. If that's the case, do people want to see it when? Over the summer? The thing is, these questions keep coming up. Phil, will you play this retro game then? Will you do this game then? It's like, of course I will. But the question is there demand for it? Would people like to actually see me replay the original Resident Evil 4 over, say, the summer, and then next year do the remake? Or is it too much? Would you just want to see me do the remake next year and that's it? That would be the question, and that's a question for you. That's not a question for me. That's a question for you, the viewer. If you want to see me play Resident Evil 4, why not tell me? We're now in the midst of people voting viewer's choice for the upcoming viewer's choice playthrough. Resident Evil 4 was not among the nominations. Do you see what I'm saying? There's opportunity for me to play these games, but it doesn't seem like people ever really bring them up or nominate them. So, Angel Devilish Cheer said, where is my horse with a cowboy hat like that? You know, you realize you can own a cowboy hat and not have to own a horse. You know that, right? But, you know, common sense. All right, continuing on. Richard Perez asked the following. What are your thoughts with Nintendo possibly releasing a new version of the Switch with a bigger display that is OLED and possibly putting out 4K resolution when docked? You think it'll be worth upgrading at this point? Thanks, Phil. Keep up the entertaining content. Well, here's the truth. If they do that, number one, you will not see any improvement on any existing games because none of the games run at 4K. All the existing games for Switch are designed for the current Switch, right? Including all the big ones, you know, Mario, Breath of the Wild, Mario Odyssey. They're all just going to be the current resolution. You're going to get upscaled. It ain't going to look any better, okay? That's number one. Number two, if game developers say, oh, there's a new Switch with more processing power, it can run at 4K. Now they have to put extra time and effort to make their game have a dual output. For most people, they're just going to have the base Switch. So they have to make sure that any game they put out runs on the base Switch. That's their primary customer base. For the 10-20% of people that'll run out and buy the new Switch in the customer base, now they have to, I have to please them too, so I have to make a 4K version. You're basically creating double work for a game developer. You know what I mean? Now, maybe Nintendo's first-party companies won't care, but I can definitely see the third-party companies who already are having a hell of a time trying to port games to this current Switch, now having to develop your game for two different consoles could be pretty frustrating. I certainly would like to have Nintendo games at higher resolutions. Like, why the hell can't we get Mario with the same level of detail and definition that we could get Assassin's Creed? Seriously, now I'm not saying I want gritty Mario. I'm just saying you could have a ton of detail and things in a Mario game and make it look great. They don't usually do that. Nintendo always claims they're the company that doesn't want to compete graphically. They're not in the same competition with everyone else. If that's the case, why are they releasing a new Switch with a bigger screen, better quality with OLED, and 4K resolution? The other thing is, there was a console with an OLED screen. It was called the PS Vita. It failed miserably and, it doesn't exist anymore. Reason it failed miserably was the game selection. Wasn't great. It didn't have enough great killer games for you to warrant a $300 to $400 console purchase. The Switch does, I feel. The Switch does actually have a ton of great games. So if you actually did get a Switch with this new screen or whatever, maybe it wouldn't fail. Plus, everything Nintendo touches is fucking gold. Let's be honest here. Besides the Wii U everything else. I mean, they made little stupid figurines that do absolutely nothing of any use, and people ran out and bought them in the millions. So everything Nintendo does ends up being successful because of their rabid fan base. So I feel that if they did release a new Switch, yes, it would sell. You're going to have people who are just Nintendo fans who are going to run out and want to buy it anyway. To me, would there be value? Probably not. Like, the value for me, I guess, instead of, I guess it would slightly improve the graphics of games, but I don't use my Switch handheld. My wife does, she plays Animal Crossing. But outside of that, we don't use it handheld, so I don't see what the difference of having a better OLED screen would be. So, there you go. Dcash 2012. It looks like they tipped me. I just want to make sure it's really them again. I'm very paranoid about checking these, and I apologize, guys, but I do get paranoid. I'm worried that if I stop checking and I start trusting, I'm going to get screwed behind the scenes. And I don't want to get screwed behind the scenes. You know what I'm saying? Okay, let's see here. Now, wait a minute. That doesn't make sense. Huh? Alright, I don't want to delay the stream. It's just confusing because I'm doing the math here, and it doesn't even add up. It's almost looking like it's possible that that tip from many days ago did clear. Which still wouldn't make sense because it still wouldn't add up. It would still be off. Well, to Will, son of Aragorn, I have a question for you. If you could take a look and let me know, did your tip clear? Because if it did, that's awesome that it cleared. Because it looked like my total on my PayPal account went boop like this, but I'm doing the math and adding what that tip would have been plus this isn't correct. Anyway, yes, this is a verified tip. So Dcash 2012 tipped me $1.30 and says, would I consider doing a 24-hour Ask the King? Absolutely not. I can barely go as long as I do now. My voice gets worn out. So I could never go 24 hours. That would not be possible. Looks like I got another tip. Hold on. Oh, Wilson Aragorn says no. It says to him it's still pending. So I don't know what happened then. You know what might have happened? You know what might have happened? I might have had a long-standing tip that was charged back, and it might have finally been found in my favor. Oh, wait a minute. No. I know what happened. I got a tip. Yeah, here we go. I just received a $37 tip from Silent Bob. That's what happened. And I didn't see it. It didn't pop up. Because here's what happened. You guys remember that I had to change from Streamlabs over to Stream Elements, and I still don't know why. They still never answered me. They just ignore me. So I guess I got shadow banned with no explanation at all. Who knows if it was intentional? Who knows if it was a technical issue? I guess I'll never know because they're not answering me. But there were a few people who actually would tip me on a daily basis, and they weren't actually on the live streams. What they would do is once a day they would send me a tip through the Streamlabs link, and I would get it, and they would say, here's your tip, and they would say the name and the message that they wanted or whatever. And Silent Bob was actually one of those people. And then what's happened is they go to send the tip, the link doesn't work anymore. So now they just send it kind of directly to my PayPal, but I don't know it until I check my PayPal. And I'm like, wait, what? Oh, there it is. So thank you, Silent Bob. That's a $37 tip from Silent Bob that I just got. Okay. And then it looks like I got another tip here. I gotta make sure this one's real. Yes, this one is from Sishin, who tipped me $4.18. Says, do I ever intend to resume my Salt and Sanctuary playthrough? It was really fun to watch. Too bad you stopped. If you remember, that game, if I remember, was during a marathon. Now, I don't remember if the marathon was particularly... I don't remember if the marathon was like an Indies marathon or if it was done for a Halloween marathon. But I always leave it a possibility during those marathons. I say, if you guys would like me to continue one of those games, I would absolutely consider it because I own them. I bought them for the marathon. It's a no-brainer that I would actually continue to play that game. It's one that I own, you know. There's no skin off my back, no risk. So Of course, the answer is yes, I would consider it. But I don't think any considerable amount of people have actually asked me to continue that playthrough at all since I played it during a marathon. I think it was a couple of years ago, right? So sadly, I never really considered it. If anyone wanted it, yeah, again, I do viewers' choice events, right? I do viewers' choice events, and these games could easily be nominated and easily be picked as a playthrough game, but that one just never made it, okay? Thank you for the tip. Wilson of Aragorn cheered twice. First year he said, the tip from the other day still shows as pending. And he cheered again. He says, I've been watching it since Monday. Okay, thank you. Because I'm keeping an eye on it too. I thought that might have been it. And I would have obviously added to the total and given a shout out. But it actually wasn't that right now. Jory Seinfeld, resubscribed for 10 months. Says, what's Jasper been up to? Keep up the good work. And P.S. Please bring back Morrowind. So, Jasper's cool. Jasper was actually just running around the house being silly. When I was making the sauce this morning, he was jumping on the counter. He was smelling the salt pork that I cut to put into the sauce. And he tried to lick it. I was like, no, I stopped him. But, yeah, he's a silly cat. He's just to get into everything. But he did not like the smell of the garlic, and he hightailed it out of there when I started cutting the garlic, which is pretty funny. And by the way, starting tomorrow, Jasper will be joining us for daytime streams. You'll be able to see him tomorrow. Good stuff. Frankie Peller has subscribed to the channel for 2 months. Thank you, Frankie Peller, for the resub. Very nice. All right, so I believe Wilson of Aragorn just tried to tip a smaller amount to see if it would go through. Let's look here. And it went through. And it's verified. So thank you, Wilson of Aragorn. He says, sorry about stuff being messed up. Monday's tip didn't clear yet, but I'm curious if this smaller one will go through. It did. So thank you, Wilson of Aragorn, for a $10 tip. It did go through. Thank you for that, man. And it shows it's verified, so we're all good on this end. It just sounds like larger tips your bank for some reason is gonna hold up. So thank you. Thank you, sir. The poll's almost over, by the way, but we still got 2 more questions left. PW Dubs asked the following. He's banned from the chat, but I still answer his question on Twitter. He says, what do you feel like is left to accomplish so far as a streamer? You're already a highly successful Twitch partner. Do you have long-term goals? I actually already answered that. I forgot I already answered that. I want to diversify my content eventually. I want to do other stuff than just gameplay. I don't want to do that now because I love the gameplay. But I realize as I get older, I'm not going to be the most pertinent guy to be playing games anymore. And in addition to that, I'm not going to have the hand-eye coordination and responses I needed to succeed at a lot of games. I'm not going to be able to play tougher games anymore when I get older, right? So I want to do other stuff. I'd like to do it. If anything, the last few years, being an interactive streamer has shown me that being kind of a host of a show where I could talk with you guys and hang out and interact, it would be a great idea. And that's the kind of stuff I want to do when I diversify in the future. Okay? The last question, by the way, the vest poll is about to end. The last question is going to be from Snow White. But let's see which wins the vest poll first. Let me grab the vest. Why was PW Dubs banned? Because he was being an asshole. That's why. What do you think? What do you think was going on? There's no conspiracy there. He's just being a jerk. All right, beige. Beige vest. Jeez. And again, I've worn the beige vest so infrequently. I didn't wash this in about a month, but I think I've only worn it like twice. It smells fresh, like right out of the wash. All right, very nice, guys. Thank you for your support today. Thank you for supporting Ask the King. I appreciate that. The final question is from Snow White. She says, where are you hiding the 7 dwarves? They've been missing for years. I suspect that they're in your basement. Sounds like a new conspiracy theory. I'm just kidding. That's not what the question was. The question is actually as follows. Console restocks have been an absolute disaster, with websites selling out in less than seconds, to the PlayStation 5 Direct's unfair random queues, and in-store stocks won't even be seen supposedly until Christmas time this year. When do you think PS5 will be back in stores, and when do you think everyone will have a fair chance to get a PlayStation 5 or Xbox Series X without worrying about selling out in scalpers? Yeah, I mean, there's 2 reasons, 2 real reasons why everything went to shit with this. The first reason is the pandemic, all right? Because of the pandemic, they couldn't sell these consoles in stores anymore. Everything had to be online, all right? And that just opened the floodgates for scalpers to find out ways to abuse all the online ordering systems, buy all the consoles up, and try to sell them for insanely inflated prices that are completely unfair to the consumer. And it's hurting the game companies because they're not selling games on consoles that are sitting around in a warehouse because someone scalped them all. Okay? It's a major problem. The other problem here is, because of the pandemic, they can't manufacture enough of the processors and stuff needed to mass produce these consoles. The production is basically stalled. It's not dead, but it's way slower than normally a console production system would be. So they can't pump out enough new consoles to flood the market so the scalpers won't have control over it anymore. You see what I mean? If they had 1 million, 2 million, 3 million new consoles every month, the scalpers wouldn't be dead in the water. Who cares? You can buy it direct from the business no matter what. The scalpers can't buy every single one, so it wouldn't be an issue. The problem is the quantities are incredibly limited with what's being put out there as new, so the scalpers are swiping them all up. Okay? Now, all that being said, it's such a unique situation. I don't know. I mean, you would think by the end of 2021 they get their act together. A whole year. Because can you name another time ever in history, a year after the launch of a console, you can't just go buy one, right? Ever? The Switch was very popular for a while, but 6-8 months you could get one. PlayStation 4 I bought on launch day, no problem, and they were fully stocked. Xbox One was the same deal. The last time I can remember there being a major issue was Xbox 360, and the reason was they were all faulty. The whole first wave of Xbox 360s were red ringing left and right. They all have faulty graphics cards. So because of that, everyone had a faulty console, and then they all had to get them replenished, so there wasn't enough stock to go. I'd say it probably took 6 to 8 months, then everyone could get an Xbox 360. We've never, ever been in this situation before, ever, where you just cannot get the consoles. My wife wants one. My wife, of course, Kat wants a PS5. She's a huge PlayStation fan. She's waiting to play God of War Ragnarok. She wants to play the new Horizon Zero Dawn. She loved Horizon Zero Dawn. She played the game twice because she liked it so much. And she's waiting. She's like, this is bullshit. I didn't know I was going to have to wait this long to get a PS5. Luckily, there's really no PS5 exclusives out. That she's not missing out on anything right now. But she's pissed. She wanted one too. She can't buy. No one can buy this fucking thing. You know? So, it is what it is. I would, my estimate and my hope would be hopefully by the end of 2021, we've got the situation in hand and everyone can get one. I personally want to get an Xbox Series X by the time that Halo Infinite comes out. Okay? I don't know if I'm going to at this point. You know, it's not looking good. It really is not looking good. You have to basically be on alert for a drop in the middle of the night of these consoles to hit retailers, then jump on the fucking website and click through and get it's like a crapshoot if you're gonna get it or not. And I'm sorry, I don't have time for that shit. I got a business to run, I got a life. I don't have time for that stupid shit. You know, that's for some dumb fuck scalper to do and then try to resell. And no, I'm not. I absolutely positively refuse to buy any console ever from a scalper. I will never do that. That's the worst thing you could do. You're 100% contributing to the problem. And anyone out there who does that, you're contributing to the problem. Anyone who's a content creator out here who does that, shame on fucking you. Instead of being a example to your viewers, you did the wrong thing for personal gain. That's fucked up. Okay? So do not support scalpers. I don't know. I would hope by the end of the year, but I don't have the answers. It's just a unique situation. Okay? Let's see here. So, final shout-outs of the day. Total Scorn cheered. He said, you would fit great as a video game character with a cowboy hat, gunner glasses, and platinum vest. This is not a platinum vest. This is a beige. It's a classic beige. This is the quintessential vest that started the streak last year, and I love it. It's puffy. It's comfy. It smells great. What the hell? There's a hot dog in the pocket here. Look at this. I'm just kidding. Timbo Slice cheer. He says, what is your cam have a yellow tint today? Is it due to lighting? Yes. When I started Ask the King earlier today, it was very sunny outside. So what I did is I closed my blinds. I turned my lamp here to maximum, and I turned on my fan in the office so I would have air circulation so it would stay cool enough for me to do this with the blinds completely closed. Since then, the sun went away. Hello, everyone. I've raised the yellow veil. You see, when it's just the lamp, it looks very yellow, has a yellow tint to it. But when I have the natural light from outside, it looks better, right? But there's nothing I could do about it. The sun was too bright earlier, so I had to have the blinds down. And that's what, so there you go. We're back. We're back to non-yellow. Let's see here. Oh, why do you Oblivion Cheers? Why can't Kat use your PS5? Because it's my PS5 for business. I use it every day for work. How exactly would she use it, bro? Common sense, motherfucker. Do you have it? The answer is no. Okay. Ladies and gentlemen, thank you guys very much for a great Ask the King. I really enjoyed this episode. I think there were some pretty good questions. Even though there were maybe one or two questions that are reiterations of things from the past, there was a lot there that weren't. And I had a good time. Thank you to those who submitted questions on the forums. Thanks to those who submitted questions on Twitter. We're out of time. We don't have time for stream chat questions. Sorry about that, because I knew that might happen because I knew I was starting a little bit later making a pot of Italian sauce. But it is what it is. Now, the next episode of Ask the King is scheduled for mid-May. I think it's actually May 13th, something like that. Now, that may change, because if you guys have seen the game's release schedule, April, May, and June are actually quite heavy for new game releases. And if there's so many new releases coming out, back-to-back, that we're covering them nonstop, then I'm not going to interrupt nonstop new game releases to do an episode of Ask the King. But I promise you, there will be another one. You guys seem to like it. And we'll see what happens, all right? Now, remember, best way to submit questions is on my forums on thekingofhate.com. There's already a link there for you to do so. Or right now in stream chat, you could type ! Ask the King. It'll bring up the link to the forums right now. You could actually submit your questions right now for the next episode if you would like. You got any ideas from today's show that you want to do? All right, I'll put the link in the description of this video on YouTube so you can post up your questions for the next show right away. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you. That was a good episode. I had fun with that. I hope you guys had fun with that too. And I hope to see you next time around on Ask the King. Sound good? Everyone, please have a good evening. Peace out, and I'll see you next time. All right, ladies and gents, that is it for the show. Thank you for joining me. Thank you for the support. Thanks for everything. That was a great show, and I hope you enjoyed it. I'm going to upload the parts of this show, not to DSP Gaming, but over on my vlogging channel, The King of Hate Vlogs. This is like one of the 2 things I still upload over there. So give it a look. If you missed any portion of the show, you can check it out over there. Reminder that later tonight, there is a second stream of gameplay. It's going to be Yakuza 7.
I need that money. I really do. I need that money.
Chill grinding in a dungeon. Not focused really on the gameplay, but more on interactions. We're going to hang out and have some fun conversations. All right, but it's going to be the final time I'm doing this grinding. After tonight, we're going to be locked and loaded and ready to check out the Super Dungeon next week. So I hope you'll join me for that next week. But tonight, the final chill session, join me tonight, 6:45 p.m. Tomorrow, we're back to normal scheduled gameplay. It'll be Divinity Original Sin 2 on the early stream, and it'll be Street Fighter on the late stream. Sound good? All right, guys, thank you very much. Yes, King Goken, I'm aware the PS5 version of Yakuza 7 is out, but you can't transfer your save file, so it's completely worthless to me, which sucks shit. I downloaded it and everything, and it didn't work. I was like, you fuckheads. All right, guys, thank you very much. Have a good break. I'll see you tonight for Yakuza 7. Peace out. See you later. I'm off to enjoy delicious homemade sauce. Yummy. Fun. The truth of the matter is, this whole situation going on in the world right now is not a joke to be joked about anywhere, and you shouldn't be joking about it. So saying something stupid like that is warrants for getting the fuck out of my stream for good. So. Say goodbye. I hate my job.
Oh, here we go. Now he's talking about WWE champions. So he's a piece of shit. You piece of donkey shit. How about this? How about this? WWE champions. All right? WWE champions lives rent-free in your motherfucking head. I don't think about WWE champions. You do. You probably know way more about the fucking game than I ever will because you're an idiot. You're an obsessed loser. Okay. Special delivery. Special delivery. A whale. Oh, that's cool.
cafeteria open soon. Spend 16 hours when someone gonna tell me something, anything I don't even need details. 16 hours when someone gonna tell me something, anything I don't even need details. 16 hours when someone gonna tell me something, anything I don't even need details. 16 hours, it's been 16 hours, it's been 16 hours. There's not a day that I don't think about you. It's rare enough we find someone we need around. Here we are, out on this road. I'll take you with me anywhere, yeah. Here's my heart, it's yours, you know. I'll take you with me, yeah, I swear. My love, I got you, babe. My heart is with you always. My love, I got you, babe. My heart is with you always. When you smile above, I feel you in the wind. You're there. You've led me miles to walk your light. Gives me this. Gives my soul life. Here we are, out on this road. I'll take you with me anywhere, yeah. Here's my heart, it's yours, you know. I'll take you with me, yeah, I swear that I'm with you till I die, with you till I die. I'm with you till I die, with you till I die. My love, I got you, babe. My heart is with you always. My love, I got you, babe. My heart is with you always. My heart is with you always. Together we can save the world. Together